It takes a village to pull off what Folklorama pavilions do each year. Everything from the food to the stage, it's all done by volunteers. CTV's Taylor Brock has more on the behind the scenes of Folklorama.
Every summer, communities get 1 week to show off their countries and culture through Folklorama. Philip Brady has been doing it for nearly 20 years at the Celtic Ireland Pavilion.
I see the kids on the stage, I see the smiles on their faces, I see how much fun they have throughout this entire week, and I think I can't take that away from them.
The pavilion coordinator knows how it feels to dance on stage. He was a Lord of the Dance river dance performer.
And I did that for years, and then I came back to Winnipeg and started teaching dancing, and it kind of blew up. Lots of kids wanted to learn Irish dancing.
But it comes at a cost. Brady says he hopes the pavilion will break even this year.
I do this for the kids, you know, like I know it's a big challenge. It's a big financial gamble every year. We don't know if we're going to do well or not.
If they want to run again the next year, planning starts early.
The Folklorama process actually starts the day after Folklorama. People start gathering ideas, start putting things down on paper. Then the member organizations of Folklorama actually apply for a license.
It takes a lot of hands to make Folklorama dreams a reality.
8,000 volunteers that put in over 300,000 hours a year. That's incredible.
Brady is hopeful all those hard-working hours will pay off.
As soon as they walk in here, I want them to feel like they've been transported right back to Ireland. We have a replica pub for right from Ireland, the Temple Bar.
Taylor Brock, CTV News, Winnipeg.
And all that hard work definitely paid off, especially given these pretty amazing performances at the Celtic Ireland Pavilion. Performances at the Celtic Ireland Pavilion, along with many others, continue throughout the first week of Folklorama. We have a full list of events on our website, winnipeg.ctvnews.ca. A brewery near Boston has an... Going to Ainsley McPhail now, who's live at the India Pavilion this morning. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. Today kicks off our tour of the world. For the next couple of weeks, we're going to be doing Folklorama. There's 40 pavilions this year, an increase of 16 from last year. And what's neat about it is you can do multiple pavilions. You might even be able to hit all 40 if you're lucky, because some of them kick off at just $3.45. So today we're going to be exploring everything from the food to the dance. At 6:37, we're going to be looking at the cultural display that Kenny is showing us. And at 7:27, we're going to bring in a professional henna artist, and I myself am actually going to get one, which I'm very, very excited for. It's just so beautiful, as well as the cultural significance. And then after that, we're going to be looking at some cultural attire, the traditional significance of that. And at 8:06, we're going to see a classical Indian dance and get a live performance, and I might even be able to get my steps in as well.
Well, that would be great, and it looks so beautiful behind you. Thank you so much, Ainsley. All right, the hashtag Share Your Summer. Ainsley McPhail is live this morning at the India Pavilion. We're going to find out a little bit more about the cultural display that is there and what you will learn. Yeah, I would never do that. Thank you. Ainsley is now joining us now. And you're at the India Pavilion. You're in the cultural display area. Tell us more.
Well, the Indian Association of Manitoba is putting this on. The new president, Priyanka Singh, joins us now to tell us all about it. India is very diverse, and you certainly have a cultural display that is exhibiting that. Can you tell us about where we are right now and what people can see?
Yes. Thank you, Ainsley. Thank you for having us here. We have various cultural displays, and as you said, India is very diverse. We have 29 states and 7 union territories. So we've tried to represent a few of those states right here at the pavilion. The first cultural display is from Rajasthan. Rajasthan is a province in northwest of India, and Rajasthan stands for 3 things: Rag, Rang, and Ras. So Rag is poetry, Rang is color, and Ras is dance. So it's all displayed right here. We have these traditional, colorful, wonderful turbans that men in Rajasthan wear.
Beautiful.
And they are also very well known for their tie and dye fabric, which is also called bandhani in India. And that is a tie and dye sari displayed right there.
Fantastic. I do want to move on, though, just because there's a lot to see here. Up next, we're talking about some classical dance. What do we see here?
So this booth is set up by Manohar Performing Arts, which is a group that promotes traditional Indian dances from southern India. And as you see here, there's two forms that are presented here: Bharatnatyam and Kathak. So dances actually originated in temples in India during ancient times, and in fact, many of the dancers were actually traditionally wedded to gods, and they used to dance only in temples.
So fascinating. We're almost out of time. You guys are running this until August 12th on weekdays. 6:45 is when all that kicks off. There's food, there's dance, there's so much more. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but coming up at 7:27, I am going to get a henna.
Oh, fun. All right, can't wait to see it. Thank you, Ainsley. Today, Folklorama kicks off across Winnipeg, powered by 8,000 volunteers. We're going around the world this morning with Ainsley McPhail. Folklorama is officially on, and you're at the India Pavilion.
Yes, Rochelle, I have landed officially in India. There are 40 different pavilions that you can explore. That is an increase of 16 pavilions here at Folklorama. The tours sold out as early as May and were completely sold out by July. There are some VIP experiences that may still be available, but they're going quick, might be through by the end of the show. Today, we're going to be exploring henna tattoos, and henna tattoos by Aruna is actually going to be giving me one. She said she's just going to freestyle it in such beautiful designs they are. At 7:42, we're going to be learning a little bit about the turban and the sari, and I'm going to be learning about the cultural significance about it as well. And then coming up at 8:06, we're going to be seeing a classical Indian dance, learning about the different regions of India and those dances as well. And then at 8:38, there's going to be traditional Indian spices alongside those Indian dishes, and we're learning about the significance and what goes good with what. Now, apparently, I'm supposed to be trying some of those dishes. I myself react not very well to pepper, so it's going to be interesting, but I promise I know I'm missing out. I am certainly going to try my best.
All right, well, looking forward to seeing what happens. Thank you, Ainsley. Out on the rooftop. Do you like those spices, Terry?
I'm so jealous. Indian food is one of my favorite cuisines.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So
I love the textiles. Did you see that backdrop behind Ainsley? The rich silks and the bright colors, the jewel tones. Honestly, it's one of my favorite pavilions. I'll be for sure to check that out as well. If not just for the food, because like I said, that is a favorite of mine.
Folklorama is on right now. Of course, Ainsley is live at the India Pavilion. For a question of the day, we wanted to know, which Folklorama Pavilion are you most excited to check out and why? Visit our Facebook page at CTV Morning WPG, and we'll look at those answers later in the 8 o'clock hour. Any acoustic sounds underwater. We're going to find out more of those details later. But first, we're going to go to Ainsley, who is live at the India Pavilion. She's getting a henna tattoo. We're going to find out more on how you could do it too. That's coming up. Ainsley's live at the India Pavilion. You're getting some art on your hand, right? Tell us a little bit more about what's
I know.
going on.
So we're at the henna station here at the India Pavilion. Usha Dutia joins us now to tell us a little bit about what henna is, the cultural significance, and she's getting started here. How beautiful. Can you tell us, for our viewers who might not know, what is the henna? What is actually made? What's it made of?
Made with the plant. Is actually the plant dye, and they dry the plant and they make the leaves dry and they make a powder, and that powder we mix up with the tea water or a lemon juice and make the cone and then apply on the skin. That
it's actually all natural.
All natural. Absolutely, we put just the oil little bit and tea water. That's it.
It's so beautiful. So what you're doing here, how long will it last? So it's going to dry here, and then it'll come off, and then it'll create these beautiful designs. How long will that last?
Last for the 2 weeks, couple of weeks, depends on how you care for that. Sometimes some people, they want more, so 3 weeks too, but generally 2 weeks.
There are so many designs. With this one specifically, I said to you, you know what? I trust you. Just make a design. I didn't even use a template here. How do you do that? And tell us a little bit about some of the designs.
My mind. Yeah. We have like lots of practice, and we are doing. I was a professional in India. My sister was in Dubai. She was a professional in Dubai. So we have lots of practice to do that. So automatically our mind is going on to do the henna.
There are some traditional designs, some non-traditional designs. You know, people can use it. Like I see Dora the Explorer here and Mickey Mouse. So there's definitely some non-traditional designs. Maybe get into what some of the options are for people.
Okay, the kids like this tattoo kind, and the women's or teenage, they like the traditional kind. Now it's a very popular, henna is a very popular, so people like the traditional kind design, flowery kind design that on the put on.
Speaking of traditions, Indian weddings, while they are big, there's a lot of henna involved as well, but it's not going to take 2 or 3 minutes.
No, it take long time for the bridal. It take 4 to 5 hours because of the front hands, back hands, and the feet. So it take long time.
And you guys can be found
too.
Parties too. My goodness. Well, Folklorama certainly is a party. Henna Tattoos by Aruna is going to be available.
He's the first ones to doing the henna in a Folklorama. You know, when it started the very long time, 87 or whatever, when it starts. My sister, she's the first one. I'm really proud for her.
And we're proud of you. Thank you so much for this conversation. Stop by Folklorama. I think that they're here until the 12th, but the Folklorama Festival is running till the 19th.
That is so cool. Thank you, Ainsley. So beautiful. Have you ever had henna, Terry?
I have had henna, and it's about the best that I could commit to, right? Because it's not permanent. I could never get a tattoo. How about you? Have you done it?
I've done it a few times, but I have tattoos. But yeah, the henna is cool because it stays for so long, and then slowly it fades away. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and that's just it. Like, it's not one of those like quick disappearing things, but it's also not the lifelong commitment of actually getting inked. So very cool stuff. We're going to be checking in more with Ainsley throughout the morning. I love that we're starting these tours of Folklorama. It's always one of my favorite times of year.
Thank you, Joseph. Going now to the India Pavilion with our Ainsley McPhail. Ainsley, you're going to learn a little bit more about some of the cultural attire there.
Yes, for sure. We've got some models here. We've got some interpreters. We've got some people explaining a little bit about the turban and the sari. And it's something that you can explore yourself when you come to Folklorama. Vabhav joins us alongside Mr. Singh, and they're going to tell us a little bit about the turban. Thank you for being on our show this morning. Tell us a little bit about the turban. We've got a variety of colors here, and we're going to actually learn how it wraps.
So I've got one in my hand as well. So the history of turban dates back to about 3000 BC. Okay, they were introduced as a sign of respect and power for people. So they are associated with all the cultures across India, from Punjabis to the other states of India as well. So anyone wearing the turban represents their dignity, their strength, and it's a symbol of strength for all the warriors that exist in our country.
Is it an easy process to wrap and kind of put together?
It has to be learned over time, but it's not really hard. You can get a grab of it very easily, but yeah, it kind of be tricky for some people. Can be.
For sure, especially just starting out. What about the colors? I see that there's a variety of colors. Does each color have a different symbolism, or is it more just a preference thing?
Not particularly. It can be a preference for people, so they can go with your choice of clothes. You can just color combine them with your clothes as well.
Awesome. Yeah, Mr. Singh looks very sharp. Thank you so much for being on our show this morning. Wandana joins us now as well as Anurit. Good morning. Thank you all for being on our show as well. We're learning a little bit about the sari, and you are going to dress our model for us this morning. How does it go? Tell us.
Yes, very good. Actually, I'm going to show how to drape sari, and sari is a very traditional Indian dress, and shows lots of elegance and the sophistication. And women, they prefer wearing sari. And in this fashion industry, sari, different designs, different styles of saris are in fashion nowadays. And in India, women, they wear sari in different occasions, especially auspicious occasions, like when doing puja, prayer, they will wear yellow and red. And for wedding, they will wear red sari, pure red, and with all the brocade work, zari. This kind of sari, this is the Banarsi sari I'm wearing here, and it has all golden work, and it is worn. Yeah.
Can I grab the microphone? Yeah. I'm so sorry to cut you off. Unfortunately, we are out of time. We have a dance performance coming up, and I think I see some saris there as well, perhaps, but it's going to be coming up at 8:06, so stay with us for that live performance.
Beautiful. Thank you, Ainsley. It's a good thing you got your mic back. Gods. Really, they do. Coming up at 8:06, Ainsley is live at the India Pavilion this morning. She's going to tell us a little bit more about this performance you're seeing and what you could expect to see when you check it out for yourself. Going now to Ainsley McPhail, who's live at the India Pavilion this morning. You're learning a lot about the culture. You got a henna tattoo. What's next?
Isn't it beautiful? Oh my goodness. I'm trying to play. They even put some sparkle on it too. Some shimmer while I dance or while I try to dance. I will say I'm quite intimidated right now because I'm going to be learning some simple steps that I can't do it as beautifully as they do. Welcome to our show, ladies. I am joined by Saranga, Shivani, and Shalini. Good morning. Thank you so much for being on our show. What are we going to be learning and what can people expect to see at Folklorama?
Well, good morning to you as well. At our pavilion, at the India Pavilion, you're going to be seeing a lot of classical dance, and the classical dance being Bharatanatyam, which is an ancient South Indian dance form that originated over 2,000 years ago. I've brought Shalini and Shivani here with me from Manohar Performing Arts, and they're going to be doing a Tulana today, which is a vibrant and lively dance that is typically done at the end of a concert, a recital, or any sort of show. It encompasses the three elements of Bharatanatyam: Bhava, which is the expression, Raga, the rhythm, or the melody, pardon me, and Tala, which is the rhythm.
Beautiful. Okay, there's some handwork that I'm going to be doing. I'm putting my paper down. There's some handwork that I got to get right. We're not going to even work on the footwork because this girl can't do two things at once, apparently. How do we start?
So this is Katakamukam, and this is Patakam. These are the very basic mudras which we hold in our Bharatanatyam dance, and Katakamukam turns into Alapatmam as you move and do dancing steps. So you start from here, you go up there, open, come down like this, and you go like this. That's it.
You're doing great. Oh, thank you. I'm not the most graceful person out here, but I want to see it, and I want to see it by somebody who is an expert. Thank you guys so much for being on our show. Take it away, ladies.
So beautiful. Thank you, Ainsley. And we definitely saw all those things this morning at the India Pavilion, except we didn't see food yet, and that's what you're going to show us now.
That's what cameraman Kenny said earlier. He said, we've seen everything. There's one really important key part of Folklorama, specifically the Indian Pavilion, that we have not explored yet, but we're going to get to it. Food, and owner of Holy Spice joins us now. Manny, thank you so much. Alongside
Winnipeg, I am owner of the Holy Spice, so I am just like doing food for Indian Pavilion. So that's good. My promote my culture also.
It's a really good opportunity. Good morning as well, Abhav. Thank you so much for joining us today. Tell us a little bit about when people come to the Indian Pavilion, what can they expect to dine in on?
Yeah.
it's for dining, and they can enjoy bird chicken, like rice and dal makhani. There are lots of things, the dessert, tour, salads, like lots of things here. So we make like all spices from India, like cumins, corianders, turmeric, and everything we buy from India. And naspati rice, we all bring it over there from.
Fantastic. What regions of India are going to be explored when they try this food?
North Indian food. This is basically North Indian.
And you prepared something for us this morning. What are we looking at?
Yeah, just like a homemade sweet, just like my restaurant, they prepare. Just a carrot fry, milk cake, and just like gulab jamun, honey ball. This is called honey ball.
Oh, everybody likes honey ball. Right when you arrived, you said, you got to try this, you got to try this. I said, no, I can't ruin the beautiful display that you have, but don't worry, we'll dive into it later. You're an adult ambassador here. Tell us about just the excitement of Folklorama, giving the opportunity for folks to try different cultural foods and what it really means to you to be able to share in your culture with non-Indian folks as well.
Well, first of all, being an Indian, it's an incredible opportunity to be a Folklorama ambassador, and I'm really happy to promote my culture, and I would like to extend a welcome to everyone to come visit us to enjoy food from all over the India. We have tried to have a blend of everything, and so everyone can have a taste of their own culture. So come join us for our Folklorama, and we are sure to have the best for you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You don't need to sell it for us. Seriously, it's been such a fantastic morning. We've learned so much. Thank you guys so much. I'm sure the line will be long, and I'm sure there won't be many tickets left. Head to a link on our website for more details. Folklorama runs to the 19th. The India Pavilion runs until the 12th.
Thank you, Ainsley. Love it. Oh, the food. Now I'm hungry.
Yes, exactly. And a good spicy dish on a day like today, just to get the warmth going on the inside.
Yeah.
Because it's feeling kind of cool up here on the rooftop suddenly, and the temperature hasn't...
Ainsley's been live at the India Pavilion this morning, and that's what's led us to our question of the day. We wanted to know, which Folklorama Pavilion are you excited most about checking out? And why? And Kitty says, not sure yet. Wish there was Inuktitut dancing and traditional Inuit food for change. Ukrainian dancing and the food is one she might check out. Vern says, Budapest, Hungary Pavilion. It's a 2-minute walk from my house, and I want to try the food. Lucinda says, I haven't been to the Folklorama in 40 years. The last one I went to was in '83. It was the Native Pavilion at the time. Wow. And she saw seaweed perform there that year. So I would love to try the Native one this year and the Jamaican one. Love their colors and music. Looking to have a great time this year. Love other cultures. Also, I'm a big food lover. Would love to try different dishes. Have a great week. Tony says the Slovenian Pavilion, the barbecue pork and chicken meal are mouthwatering, delicious, and great value. And the performances are fun, colorful, and energetic. All great responses. Thank you so much to all who responded.
Can you hear it? It is the faint sounds of the Caribbean coming from Folklorama's Caribbean Pavilion. I'm John Hendricks. I will take you behind the scenes of the music, the clothing, and the food coming up right here on CTV News.
It's your chance to tour the globe without going outside the perimeter highway. Folklorama is on now until the 19th, and CTV's John Hendricks is our tour guide tonight. He is standing by live at the Caribbean Pavilion. John, it looks like you're really getting into the spirit of things over there.
Yeah, can I offer you a rum punch, Marilee? I'm working here in the bar, doing a little bit of work on the side, also at the same time working for CTV. Nothing wrong with that, and certainly nothing wrong with the drinks that they have here at the Caribbean Pavilion. I'm here with Mike Mirage, the assistant bar manager. Assistant bar manager. Tell me a little bit, if you would, about how important the alcohol and the drinks are for the Caribbean.
Well, it's very important because it goes back to the whole history of the islands. Being based on sugarcane and having the sugarcane to get the rum to produce that's part of the whole tradition of that. And you know, we have different islands with different blends of rum. We've got Mongay rum from Barbados, El Dorado from Guyana.
Let me stop you right there. El Dorado, this is from my homeland of Guyana. Oh. This one, tell me a little bit, if you would. You were saying this one is special. You don't necessarily need to, say, put like Coke or ginger ale in it.
No. These rums, just pour it in a cup, a little bit of ice, and water if you choose. And you just sip it all night. You just pour and sip. That's all you need. The same for the Appleton.
The Appleton from Jamaica.
From Jamaica, yeah.
There's also some special beers as well from the Caribbean.
From the Caribbean, we've got the Dragon Stout this year. And we got our #1 this year. We got Caribbean back from Trinidad and Tobago. That's moving very good so far. And people love it. Nice, ice and cold.
What's the difference, say, between this and something that you would find from North America beer?
The blend also is a little bit different. Here they use the hops. There we use some also different hops and different traditional stuff from the Caribbean. So it's a different blend that they come in, and some of it is aged a little bit different. Brewing process is probably the same but different.
That's what it is all about at the Caribbean Pavilion. It is about fun, and it's about something a little different with a twist. That is amazing. And then we'll send it back to you. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of demand for this, Marilee.
Yeah, for the record, you can always offer me a rum punch, John Hendricks. How fast can we get down to the Caribbean Pavilion, Colleen?
We'll see you there at 6, folks. No.
All right, we got to talk about Spotlight first. Let's get work out of the way. For the next 2 weeks, thousands will take in cultural celebrations from around the world. Folklorama kicked off Sunday and continues for 2 weeks. Let's check in once again with CTV's John Hendricks, who is live at the Caribbean Pavilion tonight. John, I know a big draw for many people is the amazing food.
Yeah, that's right, Marilee. The food is spectacular here at the Caribbean Pavilion. Something else that is also pretty amazing is the music. And right now, you're hearing some pretty amazing music. It is the steel drums. Now, as you know, we always promise you a behind-the-scenes tour of Folklorama. It doesn't get any more behind the scenes than that. We are backstage, and right now, Darius Martin is working the steel drums. Darius, tell me a little bit, if you would. How did you learn how to play the steel drums?
Well, when I was younger, my grandpa, he played in this band with a couple other people in this band and in another band. And I mostly just came and watched him practice, and eventually I started playing and learning from the old leader of the band. Yeah.
Is it hard to play the steel drums?
It's not really hard, but like all other instruments, it takes a decent bit of practice, I'd say.
So this isn't the kind of thing you just on the very first day suddenly pick up. And if you wouldn't mind playing a little bit more for me, is this the kind of thing that you could be able to play something recognizable as music on the first day?
Depends on how skilled you are naturally, but it took me a couple tries.
All right, so Marilee, Darius will continue playing. He has set the challenge. He says that it may be possible to learn how to make some sounds that are recognizable as music. So I will ask Darius to give me a little bit of a primer on playing the steel drums, and then when we come back in the next hour, I will try to play. So hopefully it'll go all right.
I got faith in you. Can't wait, John.
Looking forward to it.
Well, it's that time of year again where Winnipeggers can take a trip around the world without leaving the city. Folklorama is in full swing, and CTV's John Hendricks is taking it all in for us tonight. John, what pavilion are you at?
Well, Marilee, I am at the Caribbean Pavilion, and I can tell you, having a lot of fun here. We've been here for over an hour now, and this is really the place to be. As you know, the Caribbean Pavilion is known for its food, known for its drink, and of course it is known for its music. Now, last hour, I promised you that I would try to learn how to play the steel drums. Now, I have only had 5 or 10 minutes to practice, but I think you may recognize this tune. I never remember the fleece as white as snow. Luckily, I'm here with someone who does know how to play that and many other tunes. Kayleen, tell me a little bit about playing the steel drums.
Okay, so playing steel drums takes a lot of practice. And the way I've learned it is we've learned all the songs by ear. And all you're doing is basically copying the person that's teaching you.
Have you been playing for a long time?
I've been playing for almost 20 years, yes. This is my 18th year playing in Folklorama as well. And it's such a neat instrument to learn because not many cultures have, organic instruments like this, and Trinidad and Tobago is the only country that has the steel drum as their organic instrument, and it's been able to help really connect me to my grandparents' culture and my heritage, and I'm very proud to be able to represent it by playing and also being at the point where I'm teaching others to play it as well. And anyone can come and learn. You don't have to be musically inclined, but you just have to want to learn and be interested.
Well, I am interested in learning. As you saw, it was quite difficult to learn. Just Mary Had a Little Lamb, but maybe you can teach me a little bit more. And Marilee, I'm going to continue to take some lessons, and I may even be doing a little limbo when we come back. So, Kayleen, if you would, I'll get you to go on and we'll do Mary Had a Little Lamb together.
Okay.
Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
I never get... I'm John Hendricks live at the Caribbean Pavilion, and it is almost limbo time. I'm going to be trying out this amazing activity. Guys, but first we got to take it lower. Let's go down. It should be good.
I was like, John, you gotta go lower than that. Well,
Akwaba, Sanu, Ndiwo. I'm Rose. And I'm Samira, Africa Pavilion Ambassadors. Every trip is a unique experience. Tour various countries through performances, arts and crafts, and sizzling dishes. Visit the African Pavilion.
Sun, sand, and seas. It's what the Caribbean is known for. But the island region also has a rich culture and history. And this week, volunteers at Folklorama's Caribbean Pavilion are ready to share it all with you. CTV's John Hendricks is experiencing it all firsthand tonight and joins us now once again live. And we are on the edge of our seats waiting to watch you limbo. John.
Well, that's one of the things I love the most, so I'm going to give it a try, rub my back a few times, and hopefully it will survive. So here we go, folks. I know that was cheating, but I'm here with a professional who actually knows what he is doing, Clifford Palmer. First of all, that would be considered cheating, I'm guessing,
yes,
right?
You're not allowed to touch the ground when you do the limbo. The limbo is a special art that you do, and if you touch the ground, you're disqualified.
So that disqualified on that one, but I think A for effort, Marilee, I'm going to have to say. Maybe you could just show me how it is really done, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure, no problem. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
The most important thing is to keep your eyes on the bar at all times. Never take your eyes off the bar, because that's when you're going to hit the ground.
Why do I have a feeling that that was relatively easy for you?
Well, it's something I practice, so yeah, that's the challenging one.
When you are doing this, I understand that sometimes you can even up the ante and do a little fire, things like that.
Yes. So normally at the end we do a fire extravaganza, so that's the highlight of the show.
Have you ever had your eyebrows singed a little bit?
Not my eyebrow, but all my chest here. This is where I got my shaves from, so yeah. But my eyebrow stays intact.
All right. Well, Clifford, thank you so much for doing it. If you wouldn't mind, would you do it one more time for us?
Sure, no problem. Let's do it.
All right. We're doing a little more limbo right here at the Caribbean Pavilion.
Go lower?
Sure, why not? He's going to go lower, folks.
All right. Let's take it one more lower. Let's see. Let's see if I can make this one. I'm not sure. Give it a shot. So we glide. We just glide. Keep our body straight. We glide. Just glide, just glide.
Wow, that was fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
That's how you do the limbo.
That is how you do the limbo, not the way I did it.
Well, you did a good job.
Yeah, well, thank you so much.
Thank you, no problem.
I think you need a big glass of that rum punch to bend that way.
No kidding. Give that to John. We'll let him try again. and then maybe he won't be disqualified
Don't
next
give
time.
up yet, John.
That's right. I have a feeling he
can
do it.
hula hoop like nobody's business.
I've heard about this.
I think he has this limbo thing. He just needs a little practice.
He's
He can do
modest.
it. Yeah.
He's a modest guy too. Let's take a look right now through the.
Bienvenidos.
I'm Maite.
And I'm Eli, Youth Ambassador of the El Salvador Pavilion.
Delight your palate with pupusas and experience the Ballet Nacional Folclórico de El Salvador.
Grab an amigo and dance the night away.
Well, the sounds of those steel drums and the impressive moves of limbo dancers are filling Folklorama's Caribbean Pavilion tonight. There is a performance underway right now, and that's what we are going to leave you with tonight. Have a great one. Good night. See you back here tomorrow.
Speaking of good fun, we have Ainsley McPhail taking us on a tour of Folklorama. This morning you are at the Israel Pavilion. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. Herschel, have you heard of the Folklorama llama? I'm sure you have, and I'm the one who's completely out of touch. But the Folklorama llama is a staple here in Winnipeg, and Folklorama's got this little promotion where they've given out these fans, and if you post to their social media, you could win prizes. We're at the Israel Pavilion, and my goodness, what a neat cultural display. Everything here is brand new, including this interactive part of the pavilion. You could do a photo booth, great for the llama, as well as learn about innovations. You've got trivia questions here. I can tell you I've learned some pretty interesting things about the land of milk and honey for sure. Speaking of, coming up at 7:27, we're going to be learning a little bit about the food, and I know that honey cake may be on that menu, as well as hummus and so much more. So stay with us. It's going to be a really fun morning.
It looks good so far. Thank you, Ainsley. We appreciate it. Okay, summer. All right, we're going to the Israel Pavilion this morning with Ainsley McPhail. Coming up at 6:38, we're going to find out a little bit more about this brand new cultural display. All right, we're going to Ainsley McPhail now, who's telling us all about the Israel Pavilion, and you're going to show us a really cool display. It's brand new.
It is brand new and very interactive, educational, lots to learn here at the Rady JCC. Roberta and Laura join us now to tell us all about it. Good morning. Thank you for being on our show. What's cool about this is not only is it brand new, it's interactive and there's tons to learn. Tell us about how it works.
So this is a brand new display that we've had this year, and what we try to portray is the countryside of Israel, because there's so many different climates. There's Mediterranean, there's desert, there's woodland. So this first piece here goes from the north of Israel to the south of Israel and highlights sometimes the capital of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. And we have a QR code here, which when people take a picture of it and scan it, it tells all the places where they are, so throughout the country. So people know, and then if they want more information about it, they can always search next year, or search about the place. And next year we hope that we include more information about the places that are here. And the other one that we have at the other end is the diversity of Israel. So we have pictures of the different faces of Israel, what encompasses from Jewish to Christians to Muslims, and again, it has a QR code that you go on, and it shows you who they are. You know, sometimes it's a famous Israeli, or it's an Arab in the market, an Ethiopian woman. So we're just trying to portray the culture and the diversity that happens in Israel. And, all-inclusive, so to speak.
Well, some pretty innovative people for sure. Speaking of innovation and interaction, Laura's going to kind of walk us through this brand new display. How does it work?
Well, it works pretty simple. So you just touch here. So it's a new interactive kiosk that we have here at the Israel Pavilion. So if you want to learn more about the innovation in Israel and maybe some other fun facts, you just touch here. You check out top innovations, for example, about the pill cam. So you will just touch and read information about it, and then you have like 53 different options, and then you go back and
you can take photos.
Photos.
We'll have to take some during our during our time. Coming up at 7:27, we are going to be learning about the food.
I see you, Kenny. I can see you waving. Thank you, Ainsley. Going out to the rooftop now.
The world's largest and longest running multicultural festival, Folklorama, is back August 6th to 19th.
Plan your adventure today at folklorama.ca. Sponsored by the Casinos of Winnipeg.
Ainsley, you're in Israel this morning and you didn't even leave the province.
Oh, it's great. It's great. Coming up at 7:27, we are going to have, hopefully, some falafel, some hummus, some honey cake as well. That's kind of our food segment. So tons to expect when you come to this pavilion, as well as if you get your tickets, you can have 30 days free at the Rady JCC, and tons to do here as well. But they also have a brand new cultural display too, very interactive, very educational. It is all, though, about the people that makes these pavilions run. There's 40 different pavilions at Folklorama. This one runs until the 12th. So we're going to be chatting with some of the volunteers, some of which have been doing this for decades. And the Lieberman family is going to bring his son in, and he's going to talk about their relationship and the importance of really getting involved in your community for these really exciting events. And then 8:06, we're going to be chatting with the both adult and the child ambassador. And at 8:38, the High Dance Ensemble joins us, and we're going to get a live performance.
I can't wait for the food. Thank you, Ainsley. Out on the rooftop now, it is the best part for me personally. I love the dancing and the people and the volunteers and all that, but it's the food that I look forward to the most.
The food is always, I feel like that's kind of the top seller for everybody. This entertainment is great. Yep. The cultural display is fantastic, but you're right. The food, well, what do they say? Best way to anyone's heart really is through the belly. It makes you fall in love with those pavilions for sure, and I think one of the reasons that Folklorama is as popular as it is. All right, let's switch
I can't even speak right now. It's so funny. Well, coming up at 7:28, we're going to find out a little bit more about the food being served at the Israel Pavilion. We'll be back after this break. Well, it's Folklorama week, and we're taking a tour of the Israel Pavilion this morning. Ainsley, you're going to talk food.
Yeah, this is probably my favorite segment because, for obvious reasons, Executive Chef Joel LaFawn joins us now to tell us and share a little bit about Winnipeg history as well. Thank you for being on our show this morning. We're going to kind of roll through the menu because there's a lot of items here. Let's start with the salad.
So we have a Mediterranean salad, just some Mediterranean ingredients like chickpeas. Feta is very popular, and I just wanted to have color and make it a bright, great-looking salad, and people are loving it.
Speaking of those same products, that's the base of our next item.
The hummus. I get in trouble if I say hummus. With pita, very popular in the Mediterranean and the Middle East.
And the falafel as well?
Falafel as well, made with chickpeas, cumin, parsley, onion, garlic, lots of ingredients. And we serve it with a tahini, hot sauce, and a lemon garlic sauce by choice.
So many flavors. All right, these are some traditional Jewish dishes, right?
Well, so the knish, bareka is traditionally an Israeli thing, but potato knish is kind of more of a Canadian Jewish thing. So we went with the potato knish. It's essentially caramelized onion and roasted garlic. Mashed potatoes in puff pastry, very popular. And then the spinach horn has kind of like spanakopita with cream cheese and spinach and which comes from actually Gunn's Bakery. I'll throw that out there. We don't actually make it, so you're welcome, John.
Okay, the next one I had mentioned off the top, we're going to talk history. I'm not expecting you to give us a history lesson. However, the next suite that really caught my eye when you walked in, is very popular here in Winnipeg.
Yes, the shmoo slice. So we make shmoo torte and stuff like that. Apparently a bar mitzvah mother made the shmoo many years ago, and it's a huge Winnipeg thing. So we decided to show the Winnipeg Jewish community as well as the Israeli community. So the shmoo is very popular.
Yeah.
It's a pecan cake made with shmoo sauce, which is also known in French as sucre à crème. It's essentially a caramel sauce.
Awesome. We're almost out of time, but we've got the chocolate balls, which are gluten-free,
yes,
and the other two. You're just going to have to come.
Honey cake,
And the honey cake as well. Thank you so much for being on our show this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, we're going to be chatting with some ambassadors as well as some volunteers.
Thank you. I think you can eat that for breakfast. I think so. Looks good. Thank you, Ainsley. Right?
Also, did we just learn something new? I've been calling it hummus my whole life. And then he said it was hummus, that he gets in trouble if he calls it hummus.
And it's like hummus.
Hummus.
Hummus, yes.
Oh, see? Now
so
I
good.
know.
I eat hummus every day.
And then if you start with that is a good solid protein. Then you move on to the shmoo torte. Just have at it. Absolutely.
Chocolate balls.
All right. 12.
Thank you, Joseph. All right, we're going to go to Ainsley now, who's live at the Israel Pavilion this morning. The volunteers are truly the lifeblood of Folklorama.
Every single year, Rochelle. Folklorama is actually in its 52nd year. Jeff and Noah join us now. They are the Liebermans. Jeff, you've been around Folklorama about 35 years. 25 years ago, you and your wife were ambassadors. Kind of reflect on that and what Folklorama has been like for you over the decades.
Yeah, I've been a volunteer with our pavilion for, as you said, about 35 years, and I just found out really last week that 25 years ago, when we first moved from the old YMHA downtown to the Asper campus, my wife Robin and I were the first adult ambassadors for the pavilion. And the one difference from the old building is this building is just so big that there was just so much walking back and forth. But it was great. And you know, to be honest, we're so proud of our pavilion. We're proud of showcasing Israel. Israel's such a beautiful country. It offers so much. And we have a new cultural display this year, which shows a lot of the beauty of it. And for us, and the Liebermans are a Folklorama family because all of our kids get involved in volunteering. We're really proud to be able to showcase Israel and welcome visitors who maybe have never experienced anything about Israel or only see what they read in the newspaper, and they can see how beautiful it is and how our entertainment is so amazing.
You mentioned the Folklorama family. Well, welcome to the Folklorama family. You know, I guess you should be welcoming me. You've done a lot of roles, Noah. Kind of walk us through what some of those have been.
Yeah, so I think Folklorama is really about, you know, contributing in any way that you can. The whole thing is always run by volunteers. And so for me, I've been everything from selling candy and snacks at 8 years old to being behind the bar to being a pavilion host to doing everything that I can to make sure that the pavilion runs properly and that people get a good impression of what Israel really means and Folklorama as a whole.
Awesome. Thank you both so much for this conversation. Coming up at 8:06, we're going to be chatting with an adult and a youth ambassador.
Thank you, Ainsley.
The world's largest and longest running multicultural festival, Folklorama, is back August 6th to 19th.
Plan your adventure today at folklorama.ca. Sponsored by the Casinos of Winnipeg.
Website. Thank you, Mark. All right. Coming up, we're going to the Israel Pavilion. That is where Ainsley is this morning. We're going to tell you more. Sun, sand, and seas. It's what the Caribbean is known for. The island region also has a rich culture and history. And this week, volunteers at Folklorama's Caribbean Pavilion are ready to share it with you. Yeah, don't try this at home, but death-defying limbo dances are just one of the things you'll see at the Caribbean Pavilion this year. It's also known for its steel drums. Musicians say the complicated instrument can take years of practice to master. Most learn by watching more experienced players and then doing a lot of practice. You'll see the fruits of their labor along all this week at the Pavilion. Going to the Israel Pavilion now with Ainsley McPhail. We're learning a lot about the food, the culture. What else are we going to learn?
We're going to learn about ambassadors, Rochelle. There's 160 of them, youth and adult ambassadors for Folklorama over the 40 different pavilions. Our adult ambassador, Alfie, joins us, and Carson joins us as our youth. Thank you both for being on our show this morning. This is your first time as an ambassador. What is your role, and what does it mean to you to be a part of it for Israel?
Well, I take around VIPs and sponsors and show them our cultural display, take them to their seats, tell them about Israel.
And what does it mean to you to, be able to represent community?
A lot. I've done a lot of volunteering around here, and volunteered a lot in Folklorama, and the opportunity came up and I took it to, and it's a lot of work, but it's fun. It's fun.
Rewarding, I'm sure.
Rewarding.
Good. Carson, you have to kind of go through a process. Can you tell us about the steps you took to get here?
Yeah, sure. So my mom asked me if I would be interested in doing this, and I've been part of Folklorama and volunteering at the Israel Pavilion as long as I can remember, and I thought sure, and then I sat down for an interview with the pavilion coordinators, and it was a really great opportunity, and luckily enough I was chosen for this position, and it's been great ever since.
Folklorama happens, for a couple weeks this month. However, the events and the representation doesn't stop. There's many ways that you are present in our community. How have you exemplified that?
Well, I think I've been a part of the community for a really long time. I've definitely volunteered. I went to high school here too, and I've just been a huge part of the community for a really long time. I've volunteered through the Rady JCC, I've volunteered through Folklorama and the Israel Pavilion, I've volunteered through Sher Zedek Synagogue and Congregation Eitz Chaim. And so really it's just a very good opportunity to continue volunteering and continue being part of my community and helping out as much as I can.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Clearly, you've set such a great example for our youth. Thank you both for being on our show this morning. Coming up at 8:38, we're going to get a live performance. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Ainsley. Well, Ainsley's been touring Israel at the Folklorama Pavilion this morning. Good morning, Ainsley.
I don't know why I curtsied like that was part of the dance. I'm gonna learn it's not, or maybe it is. I don't know. Selena and Zeus join me now as part of the high ensemble, folk ensemble. Thank you so much for being on our show this morning. You guys do traditional dance. Tell us a little bit about what some of those traditional dances are, and some of the modern twists are involved as well.
So we do a few pieces from the Yemen area called Yemenite, and so we've had people come from all the way from Costa Rica to choreograph for us, and we do those traditional based pieces, and then we have some more modern twists with some a bit more like flamenco style dancing in there as well.
And there's about 30 members, so it's a much bigger group, of course, something that people can really look forward to during Folklorama. There's also a musical component as well.
Yeah, we do have live musicians and singers and band, and without them we wouldn't be able to perform, so it's a big part of our group, yeah.
And you guys are performing throughout the year as well, not just Folklorama. What sort of events are you taking part in?
So this past year we performed with the WSO and Folklorama, and then we also performed at the Cultural Center, and we have our own show in June that we put on, as well as other community events.
What can people expect if they come to Folklorama?
They can expect a lot of energy with the dancing, great food. We're also one of the only pavilions with live singers and music, so that's really awesome to see as well.
What are you going to show me today?
Well, here we're going to do a partnering from our piece called Hasidic, and so Selena and I will show you how we perform it for Folklorama.
Okay, I'll get you to actually hold the mic. You'll narrate to me, and I'm going to learn this step with you as well. Okay, let's do it.
Okay, so the first one we're going to learn is the mime step, and mime means water in Hebrew. So what you're going to do is your arms are going to be kind of out to the side like a little V and like a little tent, and you're going to step to the side and then cross in front and side and behind, side and in front, side and behind, side in front, and then you do like a little kitty cat jump to go the other way. So you pick up your toes and you go. And then we go back the other way. Side in front, side behind, side in front, side behind, side in front, and jump.
Ta-da! You're gonna have to come to Folklorama to see more. I believe there's a performance on Saturday, correct?
Yeah.
Saturday, and this pavilion closes on the 12th, Folklorama until the 19th.
Oh, we didn't see the ta-da because Ainsley froze up, but I'm sure it was...
Ta-da!
we go.
You needed to fill that in. It's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, you know what? Mother Nature's doing her own little ta-da.
I'm John Hendricks, live at the Ethiopian Pavilion for Folklorama. Now, this is a community that is filled with traditions, filled with music, and, of course, food. Coming up, I will introduce you to some of the dances, some of those important traditions and culture coming up.
Our world tour, courtesy of Folklorama, continues today, and Globetrotter John Hendricks is taking us to the Ethiopian Pavilion. So, John, how are things going over there?
They're going great, Marilee. You know, for me, my day has not truly begun until I have had my first cup of coffee. I'm sure many people in the audience, it's the exact same. And I can tell you that in the Ethiopian community, coffee is very, very important, and it's more than just a caffeine fix. I'm joined now by Sion, the pavilion coordinator. Fair to say that coffee has some significance in the community?
Yes, absolutely. Coffee is just, it's not just about drinking the coffee, it's also about more the ceremony and the process and enjoying every bit of it. So it's a long process and it's a very more involved than just grabbing a cup of joe. So yeah.
There's a real ceremony involved in the making of it, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We always begin by roasting the coffee by the ceremony. So it starts with roasting. And then once the roasting is done, you bring it over to whoever you are presenting to, and then you get to smell it before it even goes and gets into the pot to get poured. So
does it matter where you get the beans from?
Absolutely, yeah. Ethiopian coffee has a very aromatic, it's very aromatic, and it's also like the taste is very full, and then it's not too bitter, but it's not also too sweet. It's a nice balance to it. And even fun fact, coffee was said to be discovered in Ethiopia in a region called Kaffa. So our coffee's our staple, basically, yeah.
They have a lot of coffee here. They also have a lot of dancing. And so coming up after the break, we're going to introduce you to some of their important dancing traditions. And who knows, I may even have a cup of coffee while I'm waiting. So we'll send it back to Marilee.
Nothing like the scent of fresh coffee beans, Colleen. I could almost smell it from here.
No kidding.
I hope John enjoys a cup of coffee.
He must.
Because I hope he gives him some energy to do some dancing for us later. But
no doubt it will. We know our John will come through. It's Folklorama after all.
Yeah, stay tuned for that. First, we've got Spotlight. Ethno-cultural celebrations continue across the city today. Folklorama in full swing, and CTV's John Hendricks is standing by to help us take it all in. So, John, how was your coffee?
It was delicious and spectacular, just like the music and the dancing that's going on here at the Ethiopian Pavilion. Take a look at what's going on to my left. There is a lot of dancing and, more importantly, storytelling happening with the dance. I'm joined now by Hamara. She can tell us a little bit more about what's going on. I know they're letting their hair go back and forth. Tell me a little bit about this.
Okay, so basically in this region, it's the Orominga region. They're really well known for using a lot of their hair, more so than any other tribe in Ethiopia. It requires lots of like strong neck movements, and for some of the dancers, they have to sleep a certain way to be able to do this because it causes them sore pain. So sleeping on your back is good for this. And yeah, they usually just spin around in a circle, and it's always been like that for the women. But the men more so just stand there, and it's more of like a possessive dance. So they're like kind of like controlling them, but we don't have men to showcase that this year.
That's a good thing for me, because if I was to try to pick this up, I'm very good at just standing there for the dancing. So
yeah.
So tell me what you love best about the dancing.
Like my favorite dance out of all of them would be probably the one that I'm wearing right now. So this is the Guraginga clothes, and it's basically a really energetic dance, and it's really hype, and it catches a lot of people off guard because it starts off like slow with like clapping, and then it like goes on to a quick pace like kicking and like hand shaking and shoulder movements, and it's like a full body workout if I'm gonna describe it in any other way. So
is it something that someone like myself could potentially learn?
Possibly, yes, with a lot of practice and skills, because this took me like 10 years.
Well, she learned it in 10 years. I will get 10 minutes to see if I can learn it. So coming up in the next hour, we'll see what I can do with some of the dancing here at the Ethiopian Pavilion.
You've got us hanging on the edge of our seats, John. I can't wait. All right, before that, look at him go. As promised, CTV's John Hendricks is practicing his Ethiopian dance moves. Don't go anywhere because we're going to have much more from John and Folklorama coming up. Well, the fun at Folklorama is continuing tonight, which marks the halfway point, believe it or not, for the first week of the festival. CTV's John Hendricks is taking us on a tour of the Ethiopian Pavilion tonight. And as he promised last hour, he was going to learn some dance moves. John, you picked it up fast. You're a natural. Look at him go. All right, we're going to get much more from John coming up. But first, all right, the fun of Folklorama continues tonight, as you saw before the break. We are now at the halfway point of the first week of the festival. And John Hendricks, you learned all that in just 10 minutes. You were great.
Well, thanks, Marilee. I had a fantastic teacher, Hamara, very patient teacher, clearly, as you could see. Having a lot of fun. Tell me a little bit. First of all, this is the kind of thing you do here at this pavilion, right?
Yeah, I've done this for about, since 2018, I've done this course, and I've grown up watching it, like, through the adults, and then we kind of took over that group and made it something of our own.
Do you have a lot of people with 2 left feet like myself, though, who are trying to learn?
Honestly, you're actually pretty good, so I wouldn't play down yourself that hard.
I did not pay her a cent, I promise you. The dancing here is so important, isn't it?
It's extremely important. Like, for especially Ethiopian people, we're really prideful people, and we take lots of care in our dance and in our food and in our coffee especially. So dancing is just like an amazing outlet for us to release all of those emotions and to express how passionate we are about the things that we love doing.
And it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and you can tell by the smiles on all their faces.
And it's like both for young and old, right?
Yeah, literally for anyone. Like, I think I started dancing Ethiopian music when I was like 4, so.
Now, is there something significant? Which one do you like the best, and why?
I like all of them equally, but my favorite would be the Gurage region and the Amara region. For the dances especially, I have more fun doing those ones because they're more energetic and happy. Yeah.
Hard?
Yes, yeah. Very.
There's just so much that one can learn in a short period of time, but it is the kind of thing that you're willing to teach people.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm willing to teach anyone. Like, I started off not knowing how to do like a kick at all, and then I kind of just like watched people do it, and I kind of grew into learning how to do it just by watching. So I think anyone could really do anything as long as they pay close enough attention and are determined enough to do it.
All right, well, I have been paying close attention, and I am determined to learn, Marilee, so I am going to get back to my practices and send it back to you.
Just so our viewers know, John, I did see you practice that kick during the commercial break, and you landed it pretty good.
Thank you.
All right. We'll check in with John and more fun from the Ethiopian Pavilion throughout the hour. Global affairs. Ethiopia may be on the other side of the globe, but tonight Winnipeggers can experience its culture without leaving the city. CTV's John Hendricks joins us once again live from the Ethiopian Pavilion at Folklorama. So, John, what are you up to now?
Well, Marilee, after all of that dancing, as you can see, I needed a little break, and I decided that I would come, sit down, and maybe have an early evening coffee. And I've come to the right pavilion for that, because the Ethiopian Pavilion has coffee to spare. And it is more than just an afternoon beverage, a morning beverage. It has a real deep cultural significance.
Absolutely, yeah. As we were talking about earlier, like, the coffee ceremony is the most important ceremony in the Ethiopian culture. It's the way families come together. It's a socializing event. We start from making the coffee, as we were doing earlier, and then it gets made. You get to sit through the whole process, catching up with family, friends, talking about events that are happening around in your community. So it's a community, a socializing event, and it's a beautiful ceremony. There's snacks, there's this nice smell going on, and then you're waiting for the coffee. It's a beautiful experience that I wish everybody could have. have.
Can you show me how you pour the coffee? Because obviously this is a little different than the coffee maker I've got at home.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no coffee maker. Okay, so you basically grab it, you wait for it to settle for a little bit, and then you start pouring.
Yeah, this looks like some pretty strong coffee to me.
Oh, yeah. The Ethiopian coffee does not play around. It gives you the necessary kick that you need, especially in the morning. And then if you'd like sugar with it, you get sugar with it, and then there's this, and then there we go. And that's our coffee.
So when we're drinking this, I'm assuming you serve it pretty darn hot.
Yes, it's very hot, and it starts off, so there's 3 rounds to the coffee ceremony. The first round is always the thickest one, and it's very strong, and then you sip on it. And then
all right, well, speaking of sipping on it, Marilee, I think I'm going to sip on some of this coffee. It's a wonderful experience here, and I'm going to send it back to you. I'm going to work on that coffee and be careful not to burn myself.
Just take it slow. Sip, John, sip.
I'm blowing on it.
Okay.
I understand.
Falcha, Croeso, and welcome. I'm Finn, British Isles Pavilion Youth Ambassador. Enjoy a spectacular stage show, live music and activities, and delicious fare. Come celebrate Irish, Scottish, Welsh, and English cultures.
Yeah. The first performance of the night at Folklorama's Ethiopian Pavilion is just getting... Oh, we don't have it. I thought we were going to get to show you a little bit more of the Ethiopian Pavilion, but you'll have to head down there and see it in person for yourself.
We need more John dancing. That's what we need right now.
Well, don't worry, because we're going to have much more from Folklorama all week long, so tune in, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. We're going to take you to a bunch of pavilions and have a lot of fun. In the meantime, have a great night. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Is Mexico, specifically highlighting northern Mexico. Viva el Norte. Long live the North is the theme for this year, and I'm told that every year they've got some pretty awesome themes. What we're looking at here is the cultural display, which highlights various regions. And we're going to get a little bit of an educational lesson today at 6:37, highlighting that. And then at 7:27, we're going to see some beautiful Mexican art as well. And then coming up at 7:42, we're going to be looking at various outfits by a region as well as their history. Of course, there's a food segment. We're going to get some lovely Mexican bread and so much more. I hear there's sweets too, which of course I'm very excited for.
Me too. All right. Thank you, Ainsley. All right. Ainsley is at the Mexican Pavilion this morning. We're going to find out a little bit more about what are all the amazing things you can enjoy when you check it out for yourself. Going now to Ainsley, who is at the Mexican Pavilion this morning. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. What a fantastic morning it is here at Folklorama. Alberto and Aline join us now to tell us all about this fantastic cultural display this year, really celebrating northern Mexico. Thank you guys both for being on our show this morning. The association that represents Mexican people here in Manitoba is celebrating 20 years. Tell us a little bit about that history and where you're at now.
Yes, well, thank you for coming, and hola, everybody. It's so exciting that, we have the opportunity to have this celebration to Folklorama to acknowledge that we are here for 20 years already. The association has been, something that was created to bring everybody together as part of the community and to integrate when you move from Mexico to, well, especially here in Manitoba, to get us together and united and get you that fulfillment of that homesick, okay, let's go to Mexico, and here we are.
Thank you for making us feel at home here today, this morning already. The theme this year is celebrating northern Mexico. Why did you choose that theme, and what's it all about?
Yeah, well, every pavilion we represent different parts of Mexico, and on this occasion we thought that it was very important to represent 3 states that are becoming more popular and well-known, and on this occasion we have Chihuahua, Nuevo León, and Coahuila.
A perfect segue. Yes. Thank you so much. I did not know about such the vastness of what we have to learn here. So kind of break down what people can expect when they come to the pavilion.
Sí, muchas gracias. Well, this is just one of the states, and the first state that we're looking at right now is the state of Chihuahua, and yes, that is a state, not just a dog. It's a state, and there's a few highlights over here. We got the Copper Canyon that is part of the same system as the Grand Canyon, just on the Mexican side, and people can enjoy that natural beauty right in the Chepe train. It's a beautiful ride, but also we got things like the Crystals Cave. It's a large cave with humongous crystals that people can appreciate the magnitude of it, sometimes as high as 7-10 meters high and 2 meters wide. And also another interesting thing about Chihuahua is that there's a lot of family connections between Chihuahua and Manitoba. Maybe people don't know this, but there's a strong Mexican Mennonite community in Chihuahua that is family connected with the Mennonite community in Morden Winkler in Manitoba, and families go back and forth between Morden Winkler and Chihuahua.
Such rich history. Thank you so much for being on our show. Congratulations on the 20 years. Coming up at 7:27, we're going to be seeing some Mexican art.
Ooh, okay. Thank you, Ainsley. Really craving some Mexican heat right now, Terry.
Yeah, I am too. Standing up here on the rooftop where it's only...
Folklorama has reached the halfway point of the first week of the festival, but the fun is just getting started at the Ethiopian Pavilion. You'll see a lot of dancing at the Ethiopian Pavilion. It's more than just a performance, though. The dancers teach moves to willing audience members. And, of course, you get an opportunity to sample the community's signature dishes. Week 1 of Folklorama wraps up Saturday. This Ainsley McPhail is live this morning at the Mexican Pavilion. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. Viva el Norte. Long live the North. That is the theme at the Mexican Pavilion this year. And I understand that they've got different themes throughout the year. And the cultural display definitely shows that history off. Speaking of, we're going to be looking at some Mexican jewelry. Such beautiful beaded work here. Looking at the colors, the rich indigenous history as well, and some storytelling too. And then at 7:42, we're going to be focusing again on the regions, but outfits and the different historical significance of that as well. And at 8:06, we're getting to the food bolillo, which is what I've been trying so hard to say all morning long. It's not difficult to say. I just was stressing out about it, but it is Mexican bread, and we're going to be learning about the process.
Folklorama has reached the halfway point of the first week of the festival, but the fun is just getting started at the Ethiopian Pavilion. You'll see a lot of dancing at the Ethiopian Pavilion. It's more than just a performance, though. The dancers teach moves to willing audience members. And, of course, you get an opportunity to sample the community's signature dishes. Week 1 of Folklorama wraps up Saturday. This Ainsley McPhail is live this morning at the Mexican Pavilion. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. Viva el Norte. Long live the North. That is the theme at the Mexican Pavilion this year. And I understand that they've got different themes throughout the year, and the cultural display definitely shows that history off. Speaking of, we're going to be looking at some Mexican jewelry. Such beautiful beaded work here. Looking at the colors, the rich indigenous history as well, and some storytelling too. And then at 7:42, we're going to be focusing again on the regions, but outfits and the different historical significance of that as well. And at 8:06, we're getting to the food bolillo, which is what I've been trying so hard to say all morning long. It's not difficult to say. I just was stressing out about it, but it is Mexican bread, and we're going to be learning about the process of that, as well as some Mexican sweets too. And then at 8:38, we are going to luckily get a live dance performance. I'm not sure if I'm going to get in on the moves like I did yesterday with the Israel Pavilion, but we're just going to have to stay with us.
You said it perfectly. Thank you, Ainsley.
The toll?
Give me a belly rub. All right, coming up at 7:28, Ainsley has traveled to the Mexican Pavilion this morning. We're going to find out more about the cultural display. We'd like to inform you that our question of the day has now been relocated to our CTV Morning Live Twitter page. To participate and share your answers, please visit CTV Morning Live WPG on Twitter or X. We can't wait to see your responses. All right, going now to Ainsley, who is live this morning at the Mexican Pavilion. Good morning.
Good morning. So much to see, so much beautiful artwork. Ingo Lemris joins us now to tell us a little bit about it and the rich history behind it as well. Thank you so much for being on our show. I forgot to mention, we are in Mexico this morning at the Folklorama Pavilion. Tons of beautiful artwork here, beaded jewelry, and it's from an indigenous population in Mexico.
Correct. So it's from the Huichol indigenous group. So they're from all the way from Jalisco to Nayarit, all the way up the Sierra Madre, all the way up to the southern United States.
Tell us a little bit about the history that's here, including the colors. Every color kind of has a specific meaning to it.
Correct. So blue is more for like the waters of the south, and then the black is for the Pacific Ocean and death. Okay. Then we have the yellow and oranges, that mean the sun. We have the white for the purity and the direct connection to the gods above. So the deers are usually in white. We have the eye of God. We have greens for crop, earth. So they all have significant meanings to the indigenous.
Not only that, but the symbols as well have their own special meaning.
Correct. So the main ones are corn, the peyote flower, the deer, and there's one other one, and there's the direct descendants from the sun god.
And there's various styles here, tons available actually for purchase. You were saying they're going pretty fast because people just love this stuff.
We've sold a lot. So we have everything from bracelets to earrings to pieces of art and so much more.
Talk about those other art pieces as well when people come in.
So when we have the 3D or the full items, they're coated with beeswax, and then the symbols are then applied bead by bead by bead.
Wow. So beautiful. Thank you so much for being on our show this morning. Don't go anywhere. We're going to stay at the Mexican Pavilion all morning long. Coming up at 7:42, we're going to focus on some of the outfits.
Oh, I love that. Okay, thank you, Ainsley. Thank you, Joseph. Going now to Ainsley, who is at the Mexican Pavilion this morning. Ainsley, you're going to show us something in the cultural display area now.
Yes, we are. I'm going to give you a little bit of a Mexican fashion show. Not with me, of course. The Mexican red carpet. Victor and Maru joins us now to tell us a little bit about some Mexican fashion as well as some beautiful pieces that you can purchase here at the pavilion. Thank you so much for being on our show. Let's start with what you're wearing today. Very snazzy.
Today I'm wearing a jacket that is called cuera. It comes from the state of Nuevo León. Is, say, Monterrey. In that area, so it's typical. It is made out of cowhide and suede. So the tassels are kind of, flirty and things like that. So they're nice.
Did you say flirty?
Flirt.
Oh, okay, amazing. Okay, Maru came all the way from Mexico, and she's got such beautiful pieces, highlighting the different regions of Mexico with these dolls. Can you kind of break down where each would be from?
Every doll it takes about a week to make one of them, and it is all handmade, and it has full detail of what represents every single outfit or costume from Mexico, all the way from the south all the way up to the north. We have some dolls like this one from Chiapas, that one for Jalisco, this one from Tijuana, that is the Tehuantepec Isthmus, and this one is the classical China Poblana.
I can't get over the detail. The detail is just so beautiful. And speaking of, you mentioned that these dolls take about a week. Something that takes 2 weeks for her is these decorative pillows with a little bit of a different process, right?
Correct. That is embroidery by, let's say, needlepoint, and that is also done by hand, and it is a special design that gets her inspiration, and also the combination of colors and all that. Is a pattern she has to work out on her own, and it is a process that takes about 2 weeks.
Wow. I'm sure people are seeing us thinking, okay, I got to get my hands on these. It's about the beauty of it as well.
Absolutely. More than anything in Mexico is we know Mexican culture because it is colorful, it is boisterous, and it is attractive. And that's what it is all about. Our costumes, our outfits, that's what it is all about the color, about the expression of passion in all the fire we have within. Yeah.
Awesome. Bringing people together. You've certainly done that with us this morning. Thank you so much for being on our show. Coming up at 8:06, we're talking about the food.
Thank you, Ainsley. Lots of parents. All right, going now to Ainsley, who was lucky enough to score some of those Swift tickets yesterday. Good morning, Ainsley.
Oh, my soul left my body, Rochelle. Seriously, I was so excited. I'm so excited. Oh,
I'm excited for you.
I'm going to Taylor Swift. It's not a Mexican concert. We're going to see a Mexican concert later today at 8:38. But yeah, thank you for the shout out because that was an impactful moment in my life. We are making bolillo, which is a Mexican bread. We're going to make this fantastic lunch, and then we're going to talk about the desserts. I am joined by Jorge, Armando, and Alberto. Thank you so much for being on our show this morning. Let's talk about the dough first and how it's made, and then we'll go through the process.
Of course. Yeah, the dough is made just, flour, salt, some of yeast. Then we have to let them rest for a little bit of time. Then we have to make some run. Of course, all this process is made nowadays with machines. So that's how we make the dough. Then we run it, how we shape it. And then we place in a pan. Of course, after that, it goes to an oven for around 20 minutes. And then we make the lonche.
But this yes, no, please, Armando, how is it, like, how are you making it, and how long does that take?
Oh, it will take maybe 1 hour all the process since the dough, since the mix the dough, and then the proofing, everything, I think 1 hour.
And this here is the finished product. What's on the plate here?
Oh, and the plate, it's lettuce. That's what we usually put. Mexican sauce and pork, roasted pork. That's a special recipe.
Okay, Alberto, meringue. I just had a quick bite, and boy, was it delicious. That's something that you can have. Oh, he's just kind of finishing the sandwich up for us. But to finish it off, we've got some nice sweets here at the pavilion.
Yeah.
Wow, how are the, tell us about these. They're so good.
Well, it's part of a full and complete meal, isn't it? You've got your lonche, and then you come and get your dessert. And in dessert, we got merengues. Merengues is something that is well known. It's very common in Latin America as well. And it's made of egg yolk with sugar and a tiny hint of lemon. So it's really fresh, really crunchy, puffy. Now you've tried it. So what do you think? Do you like it?
Oh, absolutely delicious. Thank you so much for being on our show at 8:38. We're going to see a live performance.
Thanks, Ainsley. Going now to Ainsley, who's live at the Mexican Pavilion this morning. We've been having all kinds of fun in Mexico this morning. Ainsley, what do you have? Oh, look at you. You're all geared up and ready to go. Are you going to dance?
I know. Don't I look fantastic?
You do.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to dance. The professionals are going to do it. Alberto and Lilia joins us now to tell us all about it. This group has traveled a long way to come here.
They traveled all the way from Coahuila. That's obviously a state in northern Mexico. And this group was created by La Maestra Norma Lilia Resende Lopez.
Awesome. And tell us about the region as well as the style of dance we're going to see today.
So the style of dance that we're going to see today is from the state of Nuevo León. Monterrey is the capital city of, and that's possibly what they know. And this is a polka, a Mexican polka.
Awesome. I got to see a little bit more of the performance today, so we're going to leave it to that. All right, take it away, guys.
love that.
What a show. They're probably bringing the heat in there now, like sweating up a storm on that stage. That was an ambitious
I love
first thing this
We
morning.
need some heat.
We sure do.
Our city's journey around the globe continues today with even more fun from Folklorama. CTV's Michael Delamonte is our tour guide tonight. He is standing by at the Métis Pavilion. So, Michael, how are things going over there?
Things are just setting up. I do have to be real with you, Marilee. There's intense traffic, so even the volunteers are getting here a little bit tardy, but things are already set up and looking great. Already a lineup outside of folks waiting to get in to see tonight's performances, where that'll be taken just at the stage just over here. Shows are set to start at 6:45, but there's also tons of history, art, food even. So we'll be covering that all in the next couple of hours, Marilee. And folks are even going to see me dance, and if that doesn't keep folks glued to their screens, I don't know what will.
We are anxiously awaiting that, Michael. All right, we'll check in with you in a bit. International delights courtesy of Folklorama are continuing today. CTV's Michael Delamonte is back to help show it all off for us. And Michael, I hope you wore your jigging shoes tonight.
I did, but we're not quite there yet, Marilee. First, I'm going to be speaking with the pavilion coordinator, Arnold Asham.
Okay, hi.
So, Arnold, give us a little bit of a preview. What are we going to be seeing tonight?
Well, you know, we got a lot of high-energy dancers, and the Red River Jig was invented right here at the Red and Assiniboine Rivers, so it's very exciting. All these young kids have been dancing for, 3-4 years with us minimum, and a lot of them have been with us since the beginning, 20 years, so it's an amazing show, and these young dancers are really quite something to see.
Well, 20 years has passed with the Métis Pavilion. We have this backdrop of literal cultural artifacts. Why do you do this? Why do you think it's important to celebrate your Métis heritage?
Well, we do this to bring hope to the kids in our communities. I mean, a lot of our communities are struggling with self-esteem, because poverty breeds crime, and a lot of the northern communities that are shut off from the rest of the world, they're only fly-in, they're remote, and a lot of those kids are living with a lack of self-esteem. So we come in with this group, and we bring wellness, and the kids sign autographs and take pictures and post on Facebook. And one guy said to me one time, Arnold, you have no idea how much wellness you bring to our community when you come to dance. So that's basically why we do it, is to bring hope to our kids in our communities.
That is beautiful and so important. For other folks, like myself, who are not Métis, getting to see part of the culture, why is that important?
Well, we had 3 kids that joined Canada's Got Talent against 2,000 other competitors from across the country, and they won the whole thing. They won $250,000, and so obviously this Red River Jig is very powerful, and it was invented right here at the Red and Assiniboine Rivers in the early 1800s to attract the fur traders into the colony to trade furs. So it's been around a long time, and it seems to be the most interesting dance in the world that I've seen, and so our pavilion is very, very busy, and we get a lot of great comments about it. And it's I'm 73, I probably should be retired, but we as a dance group bring so much hope to the people that get out to watch us, and entertainment and joy, so we just keep doing it, and eventually I guess I'll retire.
Age ain't nothing but a number, Arnold. You look great. Shows start here at the Heather Curling Club at 6:45. We'll have more from the Métis Pavilion later on in the 6 o'clock.
Folklorama is all about experiencing cultures from around the world, and it includes some from right here in Manitoba. CTV's Michael Delamonte is giving us a tour of the Métis Pavilion tonight. Michael, what's going on down there right now?
So we are just getting underway with honestly a little bit of a sneak preview of tonight's performance. I'm here with Haley and Hunter Allischuk, 2 of the performers who are going to be performing tonight. How are you guys?
Good. I'm good, thank you.
And just before we get started, how long have you guys been dancing and performing with the group?
I've been dancing for 11 years.
And I've been dancing and performing for 10 years.
So we got 21 years of experience. Hopefully that'll be enough to show me some moves, and I don't look silly. So guys, take me through a basic jig step. Explain it to me as we're doing it.
It's just a simple 1, 2, 3 kicks. You do 1, 2, 3 kick, 1, 2, 3 kick, 1, 2, 3 kick. And that is your simple, what we call a course.
Okay, and if we just speed it up, or how do you add a little bit of flair?
You could just kind of add a little hop to it and a couple bounces. And then what we call a fancy step is a gallop, and it's just a bunch of heel-toe kicks.
Oh, okay.
and that is what we call our Red River Jig.
You know, I learned the basics. Did I learn? That's another question. I want to see some real moves. Please, guys, show us your stuff. I'm impressed. I swear there was some smoke from how fast those feet were moving. We'll have more from the Métis Pavilion a little bit later on in the hour. We're going to be checking out the food. Thanks so much, guys. We're really looking forward to your performance later tonight.
Thank you. The sound of fiddle music and the smell of bannock is filling Heather Curling Club this week. It's the home of Folklorama's Métis Pavilion, and it is where we find CTV's Michael Delamonte tonight. Michael, after all that jigging, I hope you've had a chance to try some bannock.
I have worked up an appetite indeed, Marilee, and what better way is there to experience culture than by tasting it? I'm joined now by Jennifer Swain, the pavilion coordinator. How are you, Jen?
I'm great, thank you.
So, Jen, take me through what we have here. This is the normal plate folks can expect when they arrive to the pavilion, correct?
Correct.
So, in this little cup right over here, what do we got?
We have the pickerel chowder, and we have the wild rice with it, as well as the bannock and jam. The traditional bannock and jam was made from the settlers when they came through with corn and nut meal. We also have the berries and cream. The Métis people are gatherers and hunters, so a lot of the stuff on the plate they are able to gather and hunt from their wild, as well as we have our traditional moose milk, which is the favorite. It is made with ice cream. It can come non-alcoholic or with the alcohol mixture in it, and it has ice cream, berries, and a lovely little syrup.
Folks at home should know I specifically asked for the milk to be shown here because it sounded delicious. But the corn or the pickerel chowder, interested, I mean, I'm going to take a bite, but is it kind of like corn chowder?
Similar to it, but it does have a fishy taste for sure.
Okay, well, we're going to take a taste here. Get a little visuals over there.
It's delicious.
It is delicious. Red peppers as well. What's not to love? We got the wild rice, which is apparently an acquired taste.
Definitely acquired.
It's like it's rice with more texture.
Yes.
I'm talking with my mouth full. So, Jen, what other delicacies can be enjoyed here? We see the line over there.
Our food line also have bison dogs, hot dogs, fried bologna, and my favorite, the fry bread with some lovely jam and hot warm butter. Delicious.
Corn butter. You have to explain that to me.
No, not corn. Regular butter on the fry bread.
Gotcha. Bread and butter. It is a quintessential food among many cultures, including the Métis culture. The Métis Pavilion shows are starting at 6:45. We'll be having a live shot of the start of the performances in just a few minutes. Jen, thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the show.
Dobrodošli! I'm Juliana. And I'm Emily, ambassadors from the Croatian Pavilion, Zagreb. Enjoy dance and music.
Home-cooked meals like cevap and sarma.
Don't forget the palichinke. Yum.
Come be our guests.
Round continues tonight with 20 pavilions inviting Winnipeggers to enjoy an evening of cultural food and entertainment. At the Métis Pavilion, the first performance of the night is underway. Let's listen in.
Adult Ambassador from the French-Canadian Pavilion, Gianni Como. Adult Ambassador for the Hungarian Pavilion, Leah Peter.
Two more performances at the Métis Pavilion inside the Heather Curling Club tonight at 8:15 and 9:45.
All right, we are going to leave you with more sights and sounds from the Métis Pavilion as Folklorama Week 1 continues. Here's some fiddle music and jigging. Have a great night. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Folklorama is on, and every day we've been taking you to the many pavilions around the city. Yesterday we headed to the Métis Pavilion for several doses of fun, food, amazing dancing, and culture. And we have some sights and sounds from the Métis Pavilion.
Folks.
From the Métis Pavilion now to the Brazilian Pavilion. That is where Ainsley is this morning. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning, Ola. I heard that and I was like, I wish I could actually physically see that, but you know what? I'm going to get some live stuff today. It's going to be fantastic. We are in Brazil, and I looked up a couple facts about Brazil, the largest country in South America and Latin America. The biggest coffee exporter, too. We love that here on the morning show. 30% of the world's coffee exports. Coming up at 6:37, we're going to be talking about this fantastic cultural display. We're going to talk about the history of the Folklorama Pavilion for Brazil, and as well as some music. The berimbau, which is a string instrument. We're also going to be learning about a Brazilian drum. We're also going to be having acai ice cream too. That is my favorite food, and I hear it is a rare find. So stay with us. It's going to be a really fun morning.
You had me at ice cream. Thank you so much, Ainsley, for your summer. All right, Ainsley McPhail is traveling to Brazil this morning. We're going to find out a little bit more about this cultural display and what you're seeing right now. All right, going now to Ainsley, who is live this morning.
I want to go see the Savannah Bananas so bad.
Well, maybe you can. You just did.
I'm in Brazil today, Rochelle.
Yes, you are.
I'm in Brazil today. I can't do that. I'll have to do that another day. We're talking Folklorama. I was just saying, I can't believe there's only pretty much a week and a bit left, but we're in Brazil today. Paulo Albuquerque joins us now. He's the president of this pavilion. Good morning. Thank you for being on our show this morning. You started this about 14 years ago. Tell us about how that began.
Yes, 2006. I played for Africa Pavilion, and I say, where's Brazil? And that's, you know, everything starts from that day. And we start to setting up, you know, get my students. I'm a capoeira teacher. We talk about that later, but, you know, I have students, and we start, you know, get the show together, bring some professional in, and set up the Brazilian Pavilion in 2006.
You're saying it's about the live aspect and what people actually get to see while they're here.
Yes, it was a very good kick when the Brazil started. It was very nice because we emphasize to do everything live, you know, and all the instruments, all the dance, you know, and the food was great, and we did not thought small. We just, let's do a full thing, and we did. And we are keeping up, you know, the shows live, a lot of energy, always bringing food from Brazil, like, you know, the girls, and yeah, and capoeira, samba de roda, coco, and Soweto, Brazil. It has more than 200 ways to dance.
More than 200 ways to dance.
Yeah, different. So a lot of show, you know, a lot of things to show people. So we always change a little bit.
Thank you so much. More than 200 ways to dance. I don't know if I can figure out one way to dance, but we're gonna be learning some music coming up at 7:27.
Thank you, Ainsley. We're visiting Brazil this morning. That is where Ainsley is, the Brazilian Pavilion. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. Hola. We are learning about the Brazilian pavilion all morning long, and what's great about this pavilion is the live entertainment, how it really brings you in. So we're learning about a couple of instruments this morning, including at 7:27 the berimbau, which is a string instrument, and there's also some vocals as well. This here, the atabaque, is the drum, but we're going to be learning about the various drums here and the differences between them, as well as seeing a performance, and hopefully I can maybe get my hands wet as well. And then coming up at 8:06, we're going to see some acai, ice cream, organic, and it's pretty hard and rare to come by. And then at 8:38, we're learning about the capoeira, which is a mix of various things. We're going to be learning how diverse and interesting it is, whether it's martial art and various movements. I can't really describe it myself, but you're just going to have to stay and get the history lesson here.
Thank you for that, Ainsley. I'm super excited about Folklorama, Terry. I'm going to the Caribbean Pavilion tomorrow.
Oh, what a great place to go. Yes, because when Mother Nature isn't bringing the heat, you gotta head to some of those pavilions that you know will. And the Caribbean is sure to not disappoint in that sense. Spicing things up a little bit. Okay, so
for summer. Coming up, Ainsley is live at the Brazilian Pavilion this morning. We're going to find out a little bit more about the musical show you can expect and some of the dances too. Ainsley is visiting the Brazilian Pavilion this morning. You're going to learn how to play an instrument.
I thought I was, but it looked a little too complicated for me, Rochelle. And then we said, can you perform? And there's vocals and everything. Okay. So I'm going to let Paolo take it away because he's clearly better than I am. This is the berimbau. Thank you so much for being on our show again. What is it? How does it work for the non-Brazilian folks who may not have heard of it?
That's the berimbau, right? That's an instrument we play when we play the instrument when we play capoeira. So I will give you guys a sample of the music and how to play that guy.
And there's sometimes vocals with it as well. That's what you're going to be playing today too.
Yes, and also it's in our show. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of it, okay?
A little bit of a sneak peek, a teaser. What's the name of the song that you're going to be playing for us today?
It's Quem Vem Lá, Quem Vem Lá, Quem Vem Lá Sou Eu.
Okay. All right, let's hear it. Take it away. We're getting closer. Let's do this.
Oh, quem vem lá sou eu, quem vem lá sou eu. Berimbau bateu, e capoeira sou eu. Quem vem lá sou eu, quem vem lá sou eu. Berimbau bateu, e capoeira sou eu.
Instrument.
That really is. I've never seen anything like that before.
How beautiful. And he does it so well.
Well, and that's one of the cool things about checking out Folklorama, right? Is you're exposed to so many different things and you get to really deep dive into some of the cultures that you wouldn't otherwise, you know, see the roots of or something like that.
And then you get to taste all that wonderful food.
That is easily the best part.
I always go back to the food.
Yeah, the food is great, but yes, I mean, and they cover everything off, right? Yeah. You'll get to see some of the cultural attire and the displays that they have. Of course, the entertainers, and yes, always the food. Yes. We're all there for that. Okay.
Thank you, Joseph. Going now to the Brazilian Pavilion where Ainsley is this morning, and we've been hearing all about the culture. There you go. You just played an instrument.
Exactly. It counts, right, Rochelle? It totally counts. Exactly. We're learning about some Brazilian drums alongside Paulo this morning, president of this pavilion. The atabaque and the timbal are what we're going to be learning about, and then we're going to hear a live performance to finish it off. Thank you for being here. Let's start with this one here.
Yeah, that's a drum we play for capoeira, also for samba. You can play lots of different rhythms, low pitch.
Low pitch. So these two obviously have a different sound to them. This one, I tried to hit it, but I was scared it was going to be too loud because it startled me the first time. Tell us about how diverse they are and the different sounds you can expect to hear at Folklorama as well.
Yes, so one come, from Bahia. The timbal was created in Bahia. This one, it's made for capoeira, and we combine. We need a low pitch, high pitch, medium. Also, we have a surdos back there, all unique from Brazil.
How'd you learn to play? I'm sure you were surrounded by this stuff your whole life.
That's right. Listen, listen, and there's no school. It's listen, play with the friends, and become. You become a drum.
Live performances is something that you guys really pride yourselves in at this pavilion. When it comes to the drums and the other performances, what can people expect to hear?
Oh, it's a punch. So, it's a very, very, very strong rhythm. It's a very, I feel home when I'm playing these drums.
Oh, I'd love to hear it. Okay, let's take it away.
Okay.
Acordo bem cedinho, vou lá no canavial, faço minha oração, me livre de todo mal. Sou eu, Maculelê, boa noite pra você. Sou eu, Maculelê, boa noite pra você. Sai, 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 como vai, como passou. Sai, 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 senhora. Sai, 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 Maculelê, dança guerreira. Sai, 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 no tempo do cativeiro. Sai, 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 senhora. Sai, 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 senhor. Sai, 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 Maculelê, dança guerreira. Sai, 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 tempo do cativeiro.
That sounds great. Thank you, Ainsley. It's 7:45 as well. Taking a look out. Well, Ainsley is live at the Brazilian pavilion. This is my favorite part, all the food that will be served there. We'll be back after this break. Going now to Ainsley McPhail, who has traveled all the way to Brazil this morning, featuring Folklorama.
Exactly. Hola, good morning. We're going to be eating like the Brazilians do this morning. And if you come to the pavilion, you can experience that yourself. And Agostinho Estevez joins us now to tell us all about it. Lots to see here, but we're going to start with the appetizer.
We have here cassava chips that we brought in as well for the pavilion. So it's made out of cassava. So it's a nice, light, salty little, snack that people can have while they're enjoying the energetic show.
That's just to start, though, because we've got some beautiful main dishes here. The farofa, right? I'm saying it right. That goes on this dish?
Yes. So typical in Brazil, the most popular dish would be the feijoada, which typically is made with salted or smoked meats. But this year we've decided to do vegetarian. So we've done rice and beans, which Brazil is known for. They eat pretty much rice and beans almost every day. So what we do is to finish off the rice and beans, we grab the farofa, which is made out of cassava meal, and we just sprinkle over top of the meal. But if you're Brazilian, they always want more. So we always have extra. Once you do that with the cassava meal, which is flavored with vegetables and spices, and again, it's very well known, and we've decided to incorporate that into the Brazil culture. Then we also have the fire grilled chicken skewers, which is served over a bed of rice in our house salad and vinaigrette. And then we have also our signature sandwich that are brought in, which is called carne desfiada, which is pulled beef. And we've done that with a garlic aioli that we serve, and then with the cassava chips on the side as well.
Oh my goodness. You can have this for breakfast, right?
You can have it anytime. Yeah, at least 3 times a day.
Something else that I think people in Canada do is the acai bowls for breakfast, but we've got it as a dessert here. What a fantastic option. Not only is it delicious, but it's organic too.
It's organic. It's also quite a privilege because we did import it straight from Brazil. It's at its natural form. So the acai is, one of those superfoods. It has a lot of health benefits, and also too, it was just brought in to give everybody, that experience of Brazil. Because you often hear acai and you think, oh, it's at its natural form, and it's not. It's usually mixed with fillers and other fruits. Okay. But this is pure, straight from Brazil, organic. And then, of course, if you're Brazilian as well, they love their sweet condensed milk. So we like to drizzle a little bit over the acai to finish off the meal. So you can complement it after a big, meal, or you can have it for breakfast.
Awesome. Thank you so much for this conversation. Oh, we're going to drizzle it on. Let's drizzle it on to cap off such a fantastic...
Okay. Also, some individuals will put some granola if they like, but it's ready to be served.
Awesome. Thank you so much for this chat, Anna. Coming up, we're going to see some moves of a martial art and some fabulous movements.
Oh, my goodness. You had me at that food. Thank you, Ainsley. One last time, we're going to Brazil this morning with Ainsley McPhail.
Good morning. Hola. Capoeira is what we are learning today. I am trying to figure out exactly what it is because you said it is hard to describe, but it's probably best if you just show us. So give us a brief description, Paolo, and then we'll go from there.
Capoeira is a combination of martial art, dance, music, and art. So, and there's more and more, but we can say that.
And it tells a story. Let's maybe start with a base and then kind of go from there, and I'll get you to do the more complicated moves. So, so if someone was learning from scratch, how would we do this?
The first thing you learn is how to do ginga. Ginga.
Okay.
You go like this, and you bring your leg back and forward. One, there you go.
What about my hands? Hands are good? Okay.
Don't worry about the hand yet.
Okay.
Right? Now, right.
Yeah.
And right.
Yeah.
And go. And left to left. Go. Right. Right. And you now have the foundation.
Let's go.
Easy like that.
All right, then you start to pick it up and incorporate some more moves. So let's see. I'll let you take over.
Sounds good.
Let's see what happens next.
All right, so you start with the ginga, and then you do a couple movements. You fake the kicks, and you kick, and you kick, right? And there's some acrobatic movement, and you walk, and armada, and you go on the ground. Right? So...
I love the casual handstands and cartwheels that just were mixed in between that. You are a 3-time champion, though, in this, right?
Yeah.
As well as Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as well. Let's talk about those accomplishments and how you do this at such a high level.
Yeah, it's practice, 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 put the time in. And I think everybody can accomplish that.
Yeah.
Let's just put the time.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being on our show all morning long. We've learned so much about Brazilian culture, and you can do the same at Folklorama. They're going to be here until the 12th, including a late-night show tonight.
Oh, fun. That was so good. Thank you, Ainsley. Wow, that takes skills.
That really does. Is always, that's one of the things that I love so much about Folklorama, too, is you really can see some spectacular performers, right? Mm-hmm. So absolutely worth checking out. And only another couple of days to check out this week's pavilions before they switch them up again and bring us a whole new week. So we'll be checking those out for next week. But yeah, only another couple of days for this week. And
Hello, I'm here at the Spirit of Ukraine Pavilion. You can already see the Christmas theme behind me with some curious dancers just there. We'll have more just after the break.
We are nearing the end of week 1 of Folklorama, but there is still plenty to take in. CTV's Michael Delamonte is taking us on a tour of Ukraine today. So, Michael, how are things going on over there?
Things are shaping up already merrily. Earlier, you saw some curious cast of characters as part of the Malanka tradition, and it's a fusion of all of the Ukrainian winter holidays at the pavilion. So we're going to be learning about the culture, the food, and also we're going to get to see a little bit of dancing. I have Emma Baujan here with me. Emma, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. She's one of the performers tonight, and can you take us through kind of what we're seeing just behind us here?
Yeah, so behind we have two of our lovely dancers. They are performing part of the Poltava region, which is the central part of Ukraine. And you'll see this dancing later on in our show.
And we will be seeing that dancing a little bit more up close, and Emma is going to be taking us through it in just a few minutes merrily. I'm looking forward to it.
The fun continues across the city tonight with Folklorama in full swing. Let's check in again with CTV's Michael Delamonte, who is out at the Spirit of Ukraine Pavilion. So, Michael, how are things going?
Things are shaping up so well already, merrily, and I'm here joined by Emma Baujan. She is an adult ambassador for the Spirit of Ukraine Pavilion and
a dancer.
And a dancer, and one of the performers. So Emma's going to be telling us a little bit about Ukrainian dance. Teach me a little bit, the historical basis, where do the traditions come from?
Yeah, so many of the traditions actually come from what region of Ukraine they're in. So each region has its own distinct type of dancing, costuming, music, everything like that. So if you notice here, they are dancing in the Poltava region, which is from the central part of Ukraine. So the movements are very big, very contemporary, whereas if you get into the mountainy area of Ukraine, the movements tend to be very uptight, the music's a little bit different, and the costuming, they tend to wear more layers.
Interesting. I like the regional differences in dance. Very cool, very cool. And so what we're seeing here is going to be a big part of the show?
Yes, most of our dances are from the central part of Ukraine, just because it was a little bit easier for us with costuming and changes and everything like that.
And tell me a little bit about the costumes. Obviously, these are not things you would find at the mall per se. How do the costumes kind of come to be?
Yeah, so these are more of a stage costumes. Nowadays, you wouldn't really see this in Ukraine. You'd maybe see the vishvanka, which is the shirts that we wear, but you wouldn't quite see the skirts or the pants or anything like that.
Gotcha. And if I understand correctly, all of tonight's performances original numbers. They've been created for this show.
Yes, they have been created for the show that centers around our theme, which is Ukrainian Christmas and winter.
Wonderful. Well, I'm really looking forward to it, Emma, seeing you on the stage later. And I'm sure, seeing these fantastic dances is going to be a great show for everybody. We're at 2050 Chevrier at the Spirit of the Ukraine Pavilion.
We're nearing the end of the first week of Folklorama. You just have a couple more nights to visit the first set of pavilions this year, and among those is the Spirit of Ukraine Pavilion, which is where we find CTV's Michael Delamonte. Michael, what's going on down there?
So folks are just rolling in and getting ready for the 6 o'clock performance. But before that, I'm going to get a crash course in Ukrainian culture here with Drea Bales. Drea, thank you for joining me.
Hi, thank you for coming.
Of course, happy to be here. So Drea, the theme is winter holidays. Why are winter holidays so essential or embedded into Ukrainian culture?
Well, Ukrainian culture is heavily agrarian, so as soon as the harvest is over, then everyone kind of comes inside and gets ready for Christmas. So we have the entire Advent season, and everybody kind of just celebrates and has lots of feasts until New Year's.
And tonight is kind of a fusion of all of those celebrations.
Absolutely, yeah. You're going to see a lot of that here in our cultural display, but also on stage.
Wonderful. And you're not only an expert in Ukrainian culture, you're also a choreographer of tonight.
Yes, I am. So actually, a lot of the dances that you will see will be heavily steeped in Ukrainian culture.
So not necessarily, you can learn the culture, but also you can see it in the performance.
Absolutely, yeah.
So there's some very interesting things that we have here. This straw suit, I need to know more.
Yeah, so this is actually called a Malanka bear costume, and it's something that they do to celebrate Malanka when they have parades. So actually the whole town will get together and they'll choose one lucky person to be the Malanka bear, and then they'll roll him in the hay and tie him up, and then he's kind of the leader of the parade for the day.
So it's an honor, but sounds a little uncomfortable.
A little bit, but Malanka's a lot of fun. Maybe you saw earlier there were kids running around with really cool masks, and actually they wear the masks to ward off evil spirits in the coming year.
Oh, okay. I mean, useful to know. I just want to touch on the goulash bread just over there. That is for for a specific occasion?
Yeah, so that's for Sviata Wieczera, which is actually New Year's Eve, and it's a 3-tiered braided bread that represents the Holy Trinity, and it's a must-have on every Christmas Eve table in Ukraine, and actually you'll see it on our stage tonight.
Wonderful. That's a great transition because our next segment is going to be all food focused. We are at 2050 Chevrolet at the Spirit of Ukraine Pavilion. More on all the delicious eats you can get later on in the show.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Michael. Christmas may be months away, but tonight Winnipeggers can learn all about how Ukrainians celebrate the holiday season. CTV's Michael Delamonte joins us now from the Spirit of Ukraine Pavilion at Folklorama. Michael, I'm guessing there's a lot of dancing during the holidays in Ukraine.
There is a lot of dancing, but to fuel all that dancing, what do you need? You need food, Marilee, and that is going to be what we're talking about next at the Spirit of Ukraine Pavilion. I'm here with Jordan Blight. He's going to be our food connoisseur to take us through things. Jordan, how are you?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I'm hungry, Jordan.
I think we all are.
So, Jordan, take us through some of the items we see here. What are these bad boys?
Those are perishke. They're stuffed buns, basically stuffed with vegetables and kind of meat.
And that would be a kind of traditional kind of Christmas time, holiday kind of item?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And then take us through this plate over here. A lot of looks like staples in terms of Ukrainian delicacies here. Take me through the plate.
Well, we got holubchi here, then we got our kubasa, our pierogies, pickles, of course, and bread.
These are delicious, by the way.
Oh.
So, Jordan, this seems like something I would see at a ballpark. I don't necessarily equate Ukraine, but why am I wrong?
You're wrong because this is actually our kubasa dog. It's our kubasa in a bread, which is very Ukrainian. Bread and meat, come on.
Nothing better, bread and meat. We all love it. I got to touch on the borscht first because we're not at dessert yet. We're getting ahead of ourselves. The borscht, take me through it.
Borscht is one of the most Ukrainian dishes there is. It's beets filled with whatever the different family wants. So a lot of borscht is different based on who makes it.
Borscht, unique item, good to know. We got 30 seconds. You have to tell me about these because I already know what they are, but they're delicious.
They're deep fried dessert pierogies. They're blueberry and there's also the strawberry cheesecake ones.
Delicious, Marilee, it's all I can say.
We're salivating watching you eat those. All right, brings them back to the newsroom.
We're India Pavilion ambassadors Nehal and Vaibhav.
Start your visit with butter chicken or our famous chickpea curry, both guaranteed to make your taste buds dance.
Speaking of dance, enjoy our energetic performances.
Namaste.
Coming up at our last stop for week 1 of Folklorama, we feature a nation whose cultural contributions sometimes go overlooked. And we'll break down tomorrow's forecast next. Week 1 of Folklorama wrapped up tonight, and our final stop visiting various nations, we checked out the Slovenia Pavilion for its final performances.
I've been doing this a really long time and it makes me so happy to do, so that's why all of us, we just keep coming back every year, and we just love sharing our culture with other people who don't know about it and they come back knowing a lot about it.
Albeit small, Slovenia is one of the smallest countries in Europe and 155th worldwide. The Balkan nation boasts an impressive array of cultural and technological contributions. Pavilion Ambassador Hannah Martian says most people don't know about most of them. Slovenia is the birthplace of various regional styles of music and dance, which you're seeing some of those now. Plus, it's where skiing, the airbag, and pocket calculators were invented. And I do have to say that I learned that for the first time tonight as well. So Slovenia facts, they come in handy. That's going to do it for us tonight. For another look at all of our stories, visit us online, winnipeg.ctvnews.ca. Thanks for watching, and good night. And later, 40 years of music and memories. Meet the Folklorama mainstay who has been delighting crowds for decades. Folklorama's Casa de Minho Pavilion is celebrating its 40th anniversary this week, and one performer has been sharing his gift every single year.
It was an opportunity for us to play and represent our culture, and I thought that was kind of a unique opportunity for us. And after that, it was just, I never looked back, and it just continued on from there.
John Marks has been playing at the Pavilion since 1983. He says each year is a little bit different, and organizers find creative new ways to showcase their Northern Portuguese culture. He credits a tight-knit group of volunteers to bringing it all to life through food, drink, song, and dance.
People, when they come in, they realize, hey, wait a second, you know, this is some raw music, this is some raw dancing, this is some youth, you know, singing here. There's, you know, they can feel the passion of the Pavilion, which is really what it's all about. You know, people are proud of their culture. People are proud of what they're doing, what they're representing, and they're enjoying performing and putting this out to the community at large.
Casa Dominio and 19 other pavilions from around the world runs through Saturday. You can find a full list of Week 2 pavilions and showtimes at folklorama.ca. Still ahead, we close out the show with a small tour of Scandinavia, courtesy of Folklorama. And we'll break down, as mentioned at the top of the show, Week 2 of Folklorama is well underway. Earlier tonight, we took in a bit of Scandinavian culture, where every Nordic nation in the region shared the spotlight.
Everyone that I've taken on a tour upstairs, or everyone's face is when they come up here, it's just like, whoa, like you have a room for each country that like each has its own display, and they all find that pretty cool.
Those countries include Denmark, Norway, Iceland, and Sweden. This year's theme for the Scandinavian Pavilion is Nordic Got Talent, showcasing Scandinavia's iconic locations, celebrities, and historical figures, like famous scientist Niels Bohr and the arguably more famous band ABBA. Live music, singing, dancing, along with traditional foods are part of the nightly performances, ongoing to next weekend. Check out folklorama.ca for showtimes and info. We're going to leave you with some sights and sounds from the Pavilion. Remember, catch us online for more stories, winnipeg.ctvnews.ca. Thanks for watching, and have a happy Monday, Manitoba.
Folklorama's Casa Dominio Pavilion is celebrating its 40th anniversary, and one performer has been sharing his gift each and every year.
It was an opportunity for us to play and represent our culture, and I thought that was kind of a unique opportunity for us. And after that, it was just, I never looked back, and it just continued on from there.
John Marks has been playing at the Pavilion since 1983. He says each year is a little bit different, and organizers find creative new ways to showcase their Northern Portuguese culture. He credits a tight-knit group of volunteers for bringing it all to life through food, drink, song, and dance.
People, when they come in, they realize, hey, wait a second, you know, this is some raw music, this is some raw dancing, this is some youth, you know, singing here. There's, you know, they can feel the passion of the Pavilion, which is really what it's all about. You know, people are proud of their culture. People are proud of what they're doing, what they're representing, and they're enjoying performing and putting this out to the community at large.
Casa Dominio and 19 other pavilions from around the world runs through Saturday. You can find a full list of Week 2 pavilions and showtimes at folklorama.ca. And one of the pavilions you can visit is the Belgian Pavilion. That is where Ainsley is joining us live this morning. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. I got Rick in the back. You can't hear this and not dance, right?
Right.
We're going to see some Belgian dancing this morning. The egg dance, actually, which is traditionally done around the Easter time, but we're going to be seeing it by the Winnipeg Belgian Dancing Club. We're actually at the Belgian Club this morning. Folklorama, obviously, in its second week. 40 pavilions total, 20 this week, so still tons left to see. We're going to have a look at the cultural display. The Belgians were actually behind Smurfs. We're also going to be learning about Belgian bowling, which I hadn't heard of, and they've also got 18 beers as well, and dessert in the morning. You can't say no to mousse and chocolate.
I wouldn't, that's for sure. Thank you, Ainsley. That's for sure. All right, going to Ainsley now, who's live this morning at the Belgian Pavilion. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. I am joined by Rick right now, and we're going to be doing some dancing over eggs. I will explain exactly what that means in just a few moments, and Rick will as well. Thanks for being on our show this morning. We're learning the egg dance. What is that, Rick?
Basically, it's an Easter tradition going back centuries, and the pagans started as a rebirth of the world, and the Christians took it on as a rebirth of people in general. So the dance we're going to do is called the Sloop Eier dance.
And you're going to be playing for us something as well. Really quickly, tell us about this group.
The group formed in 1988. They hired a dance group for the first year of Folklorama at 87 from Texas, and then the folks here decided to start their own group, and I joined in 91.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to step over here. Clea and Alyssa are going to tell me how to do it. These are not hard-boiled eggs. I'm going to stand over here so I don't make a big mess. Just walk me through the moves, okay? How's it go?
You put your one foot there, and like that.
And I'm holding my skirt up. and so it's just a gallop. One more time. Let's do it. Let's run through it again. All right, you guys are much more graceful than I am, so I'm going to let you take it away. What's the name of the song?
The Sloop Eier dance.
Okay, let's see it, everybody. That was so good. Not a single egg was broken.
No kidding.
Good job,
It just
girls.
kind of makes you want to dance, you know? Love it.
Bring up some eggs up there next time.
Yeah.
How's it feeling? We're visiting the Belgian pavilion this morning, and that is where Ainsley is kind of hiding. Are you trying to hide there, Ainsley?
I'm so excited. I'm not hiding. I'm trying to show my face. I'm so excited. I was like, how many different chocolates? There's 53, Rochelle. There's 53 chocolates you can get just outside. Well, yeah, these truffles just outside the Belgian display. Oh my goodness. And they have it. The people here definitely, they've been eating. Okay. There's no way they haven't been sneaking in some delicious treats. Holy my goodness. What a special place to be at. They've got everything from mojito to, you know, a maple display as well. There's also some really great food and drink at the Belgian pavilion as well. 18 different beers, and we're going to kind of have a display. Some are gluten-free as well. There's mousse. There's different Belgian cookies too, and pole archery at 7:42 is what we're going to be learning about, as well as Belgian bowling. That's coming up at 8:38, and it's actually in the basement of this facility as well, of the Belgian club. So stay with us. It's a really fun morning. I'm going to have some sweets.
Yeah, now I know why you're hiding. You're actually sneaking some.
I know. Licking my fingers.
All right, thank you, Ainsley. Start to the week as well, because Folklorama, the second week, is kicking off, and that is leading us to our question of the day. We wanted to know, for week 2 of Folklorama, are there any pavilions that you've been loving the most? What's making them your favorites, and which ones do you plan to see as well? Visit our X page, or formerly known as Twitter, at CTV Morning WPG, and we'll look at those answers later in the show. We're visiting the Belgian pavilion this morning. We're going to find out how beer and dessert work really well together. That's coming up. We're visiting the Belgian pavilion. Earlier, Ainsley, you were hiding amongst the chocolates. Now you're hiding with the beer and the desserts.
It's not a bad problem to have, I wouldn't say, Rochelle. We've pivoted a little bit, but there's certainly chocolate involved again. Great to be here. Suzanne Armstrong joins us now to tell us all about it. Lots to see, lots to do at the Belgian pavilion, and lots to get your hands on when it comes to sweets and treats. Let's start with the mousse.
All right, well, we have a chocolate mousse. Of course, we have to have chocolate mousse. It's mousse in a chocolate cup, so it's you get double chocolate. It's great. Next, we have a fruit meringue. So we have a meringue base with whipped cream and a bunch of fruit in it. It's really good. And then we have a few cookies. We have the speculoos cookie, which is a spicy almond cookie, and then we have the Lookin' cookies, which are made in a cookie iron.
Oh, perfect for breakfast. We don't have the waffles here right now, but people can expect the waffles.
Yes, definitely. We definitely have Belgian waffles with the whipped cream and strawberries. We also have gluten-aware waffles too. So
very thoughtful of you guys. Okay, speaking of gluten awareness, these are actually gluten-free beers. And banana and coconut. Never heard of this in my life.
Yes, that's exactly it. The Mongozo line of beers are all gluten-free, and we have a few different flavors of them in this year, and one's coconut, one's banana.
You guys, I mean, obviously known for your fantastic variety of beer. 18 of them here at the pavilion.
18, yes.
All right. Maybe try and give us a little bit of a lowdown. I wanted to talk about this sour cherry one because it's so neat. There is something unique about it, though.
Yes, it has a cap, bottle cap, and it also has a cork.
Okay, very cool.
So it is made so that way it can ferment in the bottle a little longer.
Okay. I have a friend who really likes delirium, but there's some other ones of note as well. Do you have any favorites?
My favorite is the Fruly. It's strawberry flavored. It is very light beer. I'm not, I don't like the really hard stout beers. I like more the fruitier beers. The Lindeman Creek is also one of my favorites. But we can go anything from a Chimay, which is a stronger beers, all the way to the 11.3% beers. So everything in between.
Awesome. Okay, thank you so much. Breakfast. I'm going to have some breakfast. But first, coming up at 7:42, we're going to be learning about archery and the history of it, and a club that has been here for a very long time.
Barley breakfast indeed. Thank you, Ainsley. Thank you, Joseph. Going now to Ainsley, who's been live at the Belgian Pavilion this morning, and lots of fun things going on there, including archery, right? Belgian pole archery?
Yeah, I had never heard of this, Rochelle. It is so fascinating and such a rich history, not only in Europe, but here in Manitoba. Ray Shays joins us now from the Robin Hood Pole Archery Club. You've been at this for over 50 years.
Yes.
Give us a little bit of a history lesson.
Well, the history comes from Europe, of course, in Belgium. It's also known in France, Belgium, and Netherlands. It goes back centuries. It was come up the fighting in the Civil War back in the days when they were tilting up, making a game out of it, called popinjay, and eventually went up to pole archery. And that's putting it in a nutshell. These are the clubs in Winnipeg. Our St. Sebastian Club founded in 26. Robin Hood, our club, founded in 1929. And there's Our Ladies Club, I'm not sure when they were founded. They shoot vertically at 60 feet.
Otherwise, up in the air. There's a little bit of a replica over here, but maybe explain to our viewers how it actually works.
Okay. This is a close-up view of what we call the target, if you want to call it. It's called a fork. These are the pins on the fork. There's 37 of them. These are our birds, our targets, they're blocks. They have different point values. They simply go on there after we lower the fork, we torque them on, and you try to hit these off with blunt arrows. These are our traditional kingbird. This is once a year, this bird is shot, and it's a special ceremonial bird. It's called the king's, a 4-point value. This sits 110 feet in the air. The bottom of the fork is 90 feet. The illustration on over here, I'll show you how we load it, because people ask us all the time, how do you get the birds up there?
Okay, how do you do it?
We simply, this is the model, of course. The fork actually tilts down with the rope. We simply lower it down. Here's the 37 pins that we all stand on the bottom. We torque them on by hand, simply bringing the fork back up, and we start shooting in rotation.
Okay, this might sound like a silly question, but you think archery and you're shooting this up in the air, what comes up must come down.
That's correct.
There is a safety component to this as well.
Absolutely. It's archer beware, and we're very, very good at that. So we try not to, we don't want anybody hurt. It's not about getting hurt. It's about safety and enjoying the sport of pole archery and hitting those little targets, which are about 2 inches long by an inch and 110 feet in the air, sharing some camaraderie and having a good time with it. It's open to all ages, men and women. We encourage everybody to come out. The clubs are doing strong. We're located on Bravanchy Boulevard, which is just east of here, between, if you know where Loveday Mushrooms is, Mission Street, Provincia East, we're centered right in there, called Archery Park.
Thank you so much for this conversation. This pavilion available until the 19th.
Thank you, Ainsley. It is 7:45. Ainsley McPhail is live at the Belgian Pavilion this morning. We're getting inside the cultural display area. We're going to find out a little bit more about the history and, of course, the culture. Going now to Ainsley, who's live this morning at the Belgian Pavilion. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. It's a very educational morning here at the Belgian Pavilion because I did not know that Smurfs originated there. Coral Militaire joins us now to tell us a little bit about it. Thank you for being on our show this morning. 99 different Smurfs.
And 31 of them have names.
Oh, cool. That's very interesting. You've got a cultural display here at the Pavilion. Kind of run us through what people can expect and a little bit of history of Smurfs first.
Yeah, of course. We have lots of different things to show anyone who comes by in our cultural display. Smurfs, for example, originated in 1958. They were created by the artist Pierre Kiffard, and they are 3 apples tall. They're very cute. Everyone loves them, and we have lots to show anyone who wants to see them.
Lace is something that is really pronounced in Belgian culture. That's what people will connotate. Bobbin lace specifically, kind of tell us what that is and the process.
Yeah, absolutely. So this type of lace making actually originated in Italy, but it quickly came over to Belgium, and they're now the only country that's still doing it today. So in bobbin lace weaving, we take these bobbins here at the bottom, kind of these pin-looking things, and flip them over each other, back and forth. And if you're kind of new at it, it's very difficult, but a lot of the older ladies who have been doing it for some time, oh yeah, I just do that while watching Wheel of Fortune. It's so easy, just know the patterns and flip them back and forth.
Of course they do. I love that so much. And look at the outcome. Wow, so beautiful. Knowing that people in Manitoba here have their own collection. Let's take it to sports. Cyclocross is there as well, and you have a really unique display here.
So this is a great example of just some of the different sports that we love. We have so many different sports, but cyclocross is just a different form of bicycle racing. It's a lot of aerobic endurance. So the courses that they have so many different types of terrain, and really you have to learn to navigate all of the obstructions, get off your bike, remount so quickly, and that mostly takes place in autumn and winter.
Okay, that's so cool. Lots more odds and ends. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to it this morning. Thank you so much for being on our show. Coming up at 8:38, I'm going to learn how to bowl, but not just any sort of bowling, Belgian bowling.
Oh, all right. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Ainsley. Well, Ainsley has been live at the Belgian Pavilion this morning, and it is week 2 of Folklorama already, and we wanted to know, are there any pavilions that you've been loving, or any that are your favorites, or some that you plan on going to this week? And these are our responses that were directed to X, which is formerly Twitter. That is where our question of the day now is every day, so please answer our response or bring in your responses then. Mark says, I enjoyed the Scottish, French, Italian pavilions. Bonnie says the Caribbean pavilion would like to experience trying the different food, the high energy, music, and dancing. And Vern says he would like to try the Chinese pavilion. Never been and might check it out this week. Thank you to all your responses. As I mentioned, Ainsley is live at the Belgian Pavilion. We've been seeing all kinds of beautiful treats and some really cool historical things too.
I have never heard of most of the things that I did this morning. I'm not going to lie. Irene and Phil Pines join us now to talk about Belgian bowling. The Belgian Club has a really cool facility right here in the basement where you can learn to bowl. Good morning, Irene. Thanks for being on our show.
Good morning, Ainsley.
What is this? What are we doing today?
We're going to be bowling Belgian bowling down in the alley, and we'll see who wins the game.
What can it be compared to, though? I've never seen anything like this.
No, I'd say it's a little bit like bocce, but it's a little bit like curling too, where you have to have line and weight. It's a hardened rubber bowl. It's tapered, so you get curling. The alleys are banked, so it tries to go right to the peg.
Yeah, so you're not, when you were teaching me earlier, you're not aiming directly for the target because it's going to curl.
That's right.
Okay, if it's like curling, I feel like Manitobans will absolutely love this game.
Yeah,
so all right, so Phil's going to do one, and then I'm going to try and emulate that, but you guys are the pros. All right, it has a nice curl to it.
It goes up in the bank, and then it comes back.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so now being on the other team, now you are trying bowl it and get closer to the peg than he was.
Okay. All right, I am left-handed, I will say, so I'm not doing anything fancy. And it just rolls right. And it just rolls right off, like you were saying.
Yeah.
Okay. My first one was way better. I swear. Okay.
Okay, I'll show you how. Okay, well, I'll show you how it's done. Okay, so now we'd have to measure to see who wins.
What about the dent that I made? Okay. Okay, you can, if I want to redeem myself, though, I can actually come back to Folklorama and do this.
Yes.
This isn't just a space for watching. People can actually come and enjoy this space.
Yes, they can. Yes, they have, after each show, there's bowling demonstrations down here, and they can try their hand at Belgian bowling.
Okay. And even furthermore, you guys have a club. When does that happen?
That happens every Tuesday evening at 7 o'clock, but you like to be here about 6:30 and put your names in.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, before we wrap up, I got to redeem myself. And I got to turn it this way?
Yep.
Oh, sugar. Okay. Like that?
Yep.
Okay.
And just let it roll.
And just let it roll, as they say. Oh, it's curling. Let's go. Hey, like the Belgians do. This pavilion's running all the way until the 19th.
You redeemed yourself with that shot. Thank goodness. Thank you, Ainsley.
Well, we may not be able to get you this good of a parking spot, but we'll definitely give you some really great sights and sounds of the Cuba Pavilion coming up next.
We're now into week 2 of Folklorama, and that means a whole new set of pavilions. CTV's Taylor Brock is here to help you get started. So, Taylor, it's still pretty early, but how are things shaping up at the Cuban Pavilion?
Well, the people here are definitely excited. You're already feeling the buzz even before people are coming in to check out the performances. And I'm with 2 of their youth ambassadors talking about why people want to come here. So first of all, Angelina, what can we expect of this pavilion?
Well, I would definitely say you would expect a lot of energy from this pavilion. All of our dancers put a lot of hard work into their dancing day and night just to make a beautiful performance for everyone here.
Okay. And Annalise, for yourself, what's your connection to Cuba? Why are you so passionate about the pavilion?
Okay, well, I think the pavilion connects me a lot to my culture, especially that I don't live there at the moment. And when I was younger, we had the pavilion, and it just really brought me to connect with my culture and stuff. But then the younger children, when we stopped in 2017, I felt like they didn't remember it or they weren't as connected. So I'm very proud that we came back this year so they can have that experience too.
I mean, there are a lot of young kids here.
Yeah.
What's it like for you guys to see the next generation?
It's great. They're all my little cousins, and I know them since they were not even born yet. So yeah.
Okay, and for yourself, why are you excited about this pavilion?
Well, when I was out younger as well, my dad was part of Folklorama, and we always used to go to pavilions and always used to see ambassadors in their beautiful cultural attire, and I was like, Dad, I want to be one of those people. And so when I heard they were having a Cuban pavilion, I begged the coordinator to make me one of their ambassadors, and now I am, so I'm really happy about that.
How does it feel to be part of the pavilion now?
It's amazing, honestly. I really, really love the experiences that I'm getting, and being able to talk to many people, showing people what my culture is about is really important to me, and I just want to show it to everyone.
Absolutely. Well, we have a lot to show coming up, whether it is dancing, food, and so much more.
Winnipeggers have a whole new batch of Folklorama pavilions to look forward to. And now that we're into the festival's 2nd week, so we're going to check back in with CTV's Taylor Brock at the Cuban Pavilion. So, Taylor, are things starting to pick up over there?
We are definitely seeing a lot more people coming in, some more volunteers, and a lot of the people here are putting together the food. So taking a look at what we could expect on the dinner table, we are with Chef Luis. So Chef Luis, what's on this plate here?
Bueno, aquí tenemos 3 platos que son típicos cubanos, tradicionales.
So we have here 3 plates that are traditional from Cuba.
El picadillo a la habanera y el aporreado de cerdo.
So we have picadillo a la habanera, which is ground beef made in a tomato sauce with lots of vegetables and stuff in it. And then this one is like red meat that is made of pork.
And I guess a good accompaniment to dinner is a mojito. So, Diane, how do we put these all together?
Okay, a mojito. And we just start with our glass. Let's put in a good scoop of sugar, some lime, put the mint in, give it a good muddle to break down the leaves and mix it in with the sugar. And you have to muddle it good to get the flavor out of it.
Looks like you've made these before.
I have made thousands. And then, of course, we add our Havana Club, the 3-year rum.
That's a pretty popular drink in Cuba, right?
Very. It's refreshing because also the fact that it's mint and soda water, so it's quite refreshing. Then we add our ice and soda water.
And how do we say cheers? Maybe Chef Louise will help us out with this.
Yes. Como se dice cheers? Give it a good mix.
Oh, just okay.
There's no cheers. There you go.
Okay. Well, it looks very refreshing.
It is very refreshing. Would you like to try it?
I would. Maybe later.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Back to you guys.
Well, the second week of Folklorama is underway, and it's your chance to spend one night in Havana without having to leave the city. CTV's Taylor Brock joins us now live from the Cuban Pavilion. So, Taylor, how are things going down there?
Pretty good. As you can probably hear, things are already bumping. The show hasn't started yet, but we've got a lot of people already checking out the pavilion, enjoying some food. And as part of it, there's going to be some dance. Daniel, what kind of dances are traditional in Cuba? What's going on the dance floor?
All right, my name is Harold, but
Harold.
It's all good. We're here having fun. You know, the dances for today are the Cuban traditional mambo dancers. We have cha-cha, we have other rhythms like boleros, and all traditional Cuban rhythms being showcased here on this stage. I am from Cuba, so I'm very proudly presenting this Cuban culture to everyone.
Hey, is there a dance that you can show me quickly on stage here?
Yes, we're gonna do some salsa moves.
Okay,
let's do it.
Them. This looks great. So when do people start dancing salsa? Like, how old are you when you start doing this?
I started dancing salsa since I was younger. My family always dance at home on the parties at home. It's part of the culture to dance in Cuba. So that's why I love it so much. I also have a really big love for music, and yeah, I enjoy my culture a lot.
For yourself, what's it like to be able to show it off here?
It's everything. I'm very grateful and to have this opportunity, right, to show Winnipeg what the culture, the Cuban culture is about, but also not only the dancing, but also like the food and the culture.
Yeah, and that's exactly what people can check out throughout the week here at the Cuba Pavilion, whether you are actually here or checking it out tonight on the TV.
Right.
The second week of Folklorama is now underway, and it's your chance to spend one night in Havana without having to hop on a flight. CTV's Taylor Brock joins us now live from the Cuban Pavilion. Taylor, it looks like things are picking up down there.
They absolutely have. It's crowded here already, and the show hasn't even started. Of course, there's lots to look at, lots to see. So first of all, Giselle, in Winnipeg, what is our Cuban population like? How many families do we have here?
I would say we have about 400 families, especially because the community is growing, because there are Cubans that have married into Canadians and have children. So the community continues to grow, and that's one of the objectives of this pavilion, is just bringing everybody together and create programs for those kids, like dance programs. So yeah, I think about 400 families or so, I would say.
Yeah, and you obviously put a lot of work into the display here. So what are the things on the table here? How are they connected to Cuba?
Well, thank you for the hard work. These are all Cuban items. The majority of these items came from Cuba. So these are items that you can find when you go to a souvenir place down Varadero, Havana, anywhere. For example, this is the sugar cane, right? So this is how you make rum. And this is different kinds of rums that you can find in Cuba. So this is the 7-year aged rum. So we actually have that here at the pavilion. This is a Cuban instrument. So
how do we use
the
these?
maraca. So you go like, I'm not very good at this, but
better than I am.
And then we have a cohiba box. So this is a tobacco.
Okay.
You can see here how that looks like.
Yeah.
And we have a couple of books as well with information about how to make drinks and Cuban coffee.
Absolutely. Well, there's still a whole lot more we haven't even touched on yet, which is why folks need to come down here, talk to you about what's going on here at the Cuba Pavilion happening all week.
Bienvenidos! Be captivated by clicking castanets and rhythmic footwork at Pabellón de España, Spain Pavilion. Learn about artist Pablo Picasso and taste the many flavors of Spain, such as paella. See you there!
Well, the first performance of the night is now underway at Folklorama's Cuban Pavilion. Before we leave you tonight, well, let's listen in. Have a good one, folks.
It's a country many of us may have vacationed in, but we got the chance to learn more about it at Folklorama. The Cuban Pavilion is showing off its roots and staying connected to them despite being far from home.
I would say we have about 400 families, especially because the community is growing, because there are Cubans that have married into Canadians and have children. So the community continues to grow, and that's one of the objectives of this pavilion, is bringing everybody together and create programs for those kids like dance programs.
Dancing was certainly center stage as different dances were performed, many on the stage starting to learn the moves at a very young age. The saucy salsa dancing was paired with learning how to muddle Cuban mint. Week 2 of Folklorama and the festival itself wraps up on Saturday. Going now to Ainsley McPhail, who's continuing her journey with Folklorama this week. Today you are at the Chinese Pavilion. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning, Rochelle. What's really unique about this pavilion, other than the fact that there's obviously so much going on, is the history behind it. Philip Lee was one of the original pavilions, one of 8 to start this whole thing back in 1970, Manitoba's centennial year. They actually hosted a street party and they had the dancers outside on the street, and he used his carpet from home just to do it. At 7:27, though, we're going to be chatting about the food and the history of the food and the Chinese culture in Canada. We're going to learn a little bit about calligraphy. I got a little bit of a demonstration this morning, and so much more. I can't get to it in just 1 minute, Rochelle.
Oh my goodness, so much fun, and the food, I can't wait. Thank you, Ainsley. All right, coming up at 6:38, Ainsley McPhail is live at the Chinese Pavilion this morning for Folklorama. We're going to find out a few more details about what you can do when you go there. Congratulations to both. All right, going now to Ainsley, who's live at the Chinese Pavilion this morning. You have one of my favorite people now. You have the Honorable Philip Lee.
Yes, thank you so much, Rochelle. I don't have enough words to give you a proper introduction, but you're our chair of the board. Take us back to 1970 when this all started, because the Chinese Pavilion is one of the originals.
Exactly, Ainsley, because it was part of the celebration for the centennial year for the province in 1970. Actually, the Department of Culture from the province initiated the street festival first in July in 1970 in celebration of the centennial. Then they found the event was so successful, and then they dreamed of a name that we should have a major summer event. Eventually became the most significant festival in North America.
And look at us now. Of course, the pandemic happened. Folklorama was back, but you guys didn't return until this year. You said that people are coming back and they just appreciate the Chinese pavilion so much and they're excited to have it back. What is so special about this space?
Well, the Chinese culture can go back to about like 5,000 years ago. And a lot of characteristics of the culture pertaining to, say, language, calligraphy, and the costumes. And then, of course, the Chinese dances are very colorful, too. So it is a good way to motivate the community, young people, to participate in the multicultural mosaic of Canada in Manitoba.
You mentioned some of the dances, the calligraphy. We're going to get to that later on the show. There's also a special performance of face changing, people coming from all over, from Toronto, rather. What is that?
Well, you know, this is a very type of performance because we have two young people seconded from communities in Toronto to fly over here to perform during Folklorama. And the unique performance is that within a split second, the face can change 10 times.
Oh my goodness. Anything else people can expect from this pavilion that you want them to know really quick?
Well, the food section is always an attraction because you know, in any of the cultural events, they always have some demonstration of Chinese food, and so we always invite guests and to bring the food to the tables there while watching the performance.
Awesome. Thank you so much for this chat. Coming up at 7:27, we're actually going to be chatting about that same food and learning a little bit about the Chinese-Canadian history as well.
Amazing. Thank you, Ainsley. We're going to Winnipeg's Chinese Cultural Center this morning, and we are celebrating China, its pavilion, in Folklorama. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. They're back for the first time since the pandemic, and people are very excited about it. Lots to see, lots to do, lots to explore. Live entertainment, including face-changing dancers coming all the way from Toronto. But let's look at this cultural display because there's so much to see, so much rich history in the Chinese culture that we're going to be learning about this morning. We're also going to be talking about the food coming up at 7:27 with some noodles and rice, as well as, again, the history of Chinese-Canadian culture. We're also going to be learning about calligraphy. There is a long-standing calligraphy contest, and I'm going to learn myself. I mean, in a couple minutes, of course, you can't learn something so beautiful, but I'm going to do my best. And then coming up at 8:38, we're also going to be hearing about the entertainment. So much to see, so much to do here at Folklorama.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ainsley. Ainsley McPhail is live at the Chinese Pavilion this morning. We're going to find out a little bit more about the food you can expect when you go visit yourself. At the Chinese Pavilion, it's all about the food, and that's where Ainsley is in the kitchen this morning.
Good morning, Rochelle. This is something I feel like you've been talking about all morning long. Every time we talk about the Chinese Pavilion, Rochelle's like, and wait, the food. So finally, we are here. Anita Lee and Catherine Wong join me now. She is to my right. You are the youth ambassador, and you're behind this whole operation. Yeah. Please tell us about, we're going to talk about what's in front of us as well as the history. But first, what's on the menu when you come to the Chinese Pavilion?
You know, we have a nice menu. We have noodle, fried rice, also spring roll, sweet and sour pork. Also, we have chicken wing.
Oh, that sounds like a really good lineup of food. You wanted to talk about these are some Chinese staples for sure. You wanted to talk about the rice, but more specifically, the history behind it.
Yes, so rice, this came from, this came from China. One of the emperors in China, Emperor Yang in the Sui dynasty in the 6th century, this was one of his favorites. And the rice is very popular in China. Here the fried rice, it is usually made with rice that is 1 to 2 days old as to make the rice drier and much tastier. And fried rice is also a good way to use food waste and to not waste food.
Awesome. And how is this one particularly prepared?
We prepare from the Kamkun Garden. Yeah, they deliver here, so they have good food. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Our dry rice is fresh rice, not overnight. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because they cook every day, fresh one. We have a green peas, egg inside, but we didn't put any other stuff with the meat. Usually we put meat, the yongzhou, chao fan. We have shrimp or barbecue pork, but you know, for lots of people are vegetarian. So in here we don't. We just make it for vegetarian people. Yeah. Also we have noodle too.
Yeah, we wanted to talk about. You said the length is important.
Everybody like noodle in Chinese community. You know, when we have birthday, it's long. You know.
Yeah.
So they think it's a long life. So
for a long life.
Long life. So because it's long, so all the birthday or the anniversary, happy occasion, Chinese New Year, we have noodle. Yeah, this is the very famous. Usually we put meat there, but in here in the Chinese, in the Folklorama Chinese Pavilion, we don't put any meat. For most of the people like, some of the people like it, to have it. Don't want to eat meat, so this is special. So welcome the people to come over.
Thank you. And of course it's made fresh because so many people are eating it so quickly. I had one of these coconut desserts. Whew, to die for. You're just going to have to come to the Chinese Pavilion to find out.
I learned something. Thank you, Ainsley. The longer the noodle, the longer the life. Isn't that amazing?
I'm feeling a little hungry now, a little peckish.
I know.
It looks delicious. I might have to go check it out this week.
I might do that as well. How's the weather shaping up today? To Ainsley McPhail now, who's live in Chinatown this morning. The pavilion, the Chinese Pavilion, is on for week 2.
It is lots to see, lots to do, including the cultural display. Catherine Wong, the youth ambassador, joins us now to tell us all about it. This table has got tons of Chinese history, including this small, like a replica of the terracotta warriors. Tell us a little bit about that in China.
Okay, so the terracotta warriors were first found by a farmer in China. He was digging up and he came across these. So these were found, there's been thousands of them found. They were buried with the first empire of China as to protect him from the afterlife.
Oh, how neat. And right next to it, to the immediate right, is these kites here. How beautiful are those? But share the meaning behind them.
So these kites, you can see they're very different from the ones here in North America. These kites, Chinese kites, they kind of look like birds. So you can imagine they probably fly a lot better. And kites have been known to originate from China. So the ones in North America today have been seen to develop from these kites.
Wow, and the colors and the details, just so beautiful. Speaking of art, tons of artwork. Even if you just look around, like these pieces over there even look like art to me. But this one up here, and then some gorgeous pieces here. I'll move so our cameraman can get a good angle. What really draws you to these pieces?
So Chinese paintings usually feature a lot of landscape and water and mountains. They also have a lot of white and empty space. This space leaves room for the viewer's imagination and kind of brings a philosophical meaning to it. So here we have some landscape and mountains, which are very beautiful and popular in China.
Our viewers would not be able to tell just by looking at you and the way you speak so eloquently that you are 15 years old and an ambassador for this pavilion. What does that mean to you to be able to represent your culture at such a young age?
I'm very grateful to be able to do that here in Canada and at Folklorama. I think I'm very fortunate to be able to know a lot about my own culture and to be able to speak Chinese, because many people, many friends I know, they aren't as fortunate as me, and to be able to learn Chinese growing up in a household where my parents also came from China, I think I'm very fortunate to be able to know about my culture.
Thank you so much. You are wise beyond your years. It's been an absolute pleasure meeting you this morning. Coming up at 8:06, we're going to be learning about Chinese calligraphy.
Thank you, Ainsley. All right, going now to Ainsley, who is live at the Chinese Pavilion this morning, celebrating the second week of Folklorama.
Yes, 20 pavilions. You can catch some of them, including the Chinese pavilion. And while you're here, Calligraphy Ru Tong joins me alongside James. He is the master of it all. He's going to put it together and actually write my name. Thank you so much for being on our show this morning. When people come to Folklorama, what can they expect from the calligraphy?
So our calligraphy group will be showing up on Saturday again, and then we will be here and trying to translate people's English name into a Mandarin name, and then we will write them on a piece of like a bookmark and then handle it to the audience.
This is really cool because I'm sure, look how intricate it is, right? How long does it take to learn, and how do people learn?
Well, usually we started from like a kid. For example, myself, I started from 10, so it has been like 20 years since I'm learning this one. And it can be difficult, because of the brush. It is really soft and not easy to control. So it definitely takes time and skills.
This brush here, for example, what's so specific about it that he needs to translate the name?
Well, right now we more likely this is like a very important tool for Chinese calligraphy, and you can tell the tip of the brush is really soft, so they can draw the line very thin or very thick, and then he just needs to control it like very tightly, and that really needs a lot of practice.
He's very good. He's obviously writing Ainsley. It looks like a lot of characters to write Ainsley. There's a meaning behind it too. How do you guys come up with that meaning?
Well, so right now the translation is mainly based on the pronunciation. We find similar characters with a similar pronunciation from Mandarin and English. So your English name pronounced as Ainsley, and then in Mandarin, when we translate them in, it is Ainsley. So you can tell the pronunciation is very similar, and also the meaning of that is, happiness, peaceful, and safe.
Happiness, peaceful, and safe. How beautiful. Thank you so much. And you're here Saturday.
Yeah, we are here on Saturday and then do the translation of the name again. And also,
this is for you.
Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt. We really appreciate this. We're simply out of time, but coming up, we're going to be learning about some of the live entertainment at the Chinese Pavilion.
That is so beautiful. Thank you, Ainsley. Well, Ainsley won last time this morning at the Chinese Pavilion.
Good morning, Folklorama and its final week. So much to see, including tons of entertainment at the Chinese Pavilion. Frank Guan joins us now to tell us a little bit about what people can expect to see. Thank you for being on our show this morning, Frank. What's going to happen on this stage? A lot of stuff.
Yes, thank you, Anthony. Thanks for having me. Since today is the third day for the Chinese Pavilion. From today, we have lots of the unique and special Chinese culture display and Chinese culture specific performance. For example, you look at my back, that's a dragon. So we have a dragon dance performed today inside and outside our pavilion. What's new for this year is first time we have the dragon dance performed on stage. So you can look at it inside. We have a special form, shaped by the dragon, shaped like a vase. So in Chinese, we call it 保平. The meaning means keep us safe. That's very meaningful to Chinese, and I think will bring the same wish to all the people in the world and in the Manitoba.
And since this group is fairly new, 2019, you actually founded it. Tell us about what people can expect to see in terms of the celebration, because the dragon doesn't come out every day.
In Chinese culture, we pray, and we regard ourselves as the offsprings of the dragon. So all the country in the old times, we all rely on farming. So we pray to dragon to have a good weather, enough rain, then we have enough food. So since that time, and all the Chinese pray to the dragon, and we regard the dragon as our protector. So in the special occasion, Chinese New Year or some celebration, we just bring the dragon out and do the performance and to cheer our good life. And also we have a special presentation to show our next generation.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt. Simply out of time, but you're going to have to come to Folklorama. It's happening until the 19th.
Of course, which is Saturday. Thank you, Ainsley.
I'm John Hendricks at the South Sudanese Pavilion. Now, this is a community that has 64 distinct languages. And despite being one of the youngest countries on the planet Earth, it is a community that has a rich history and tradition stretching back thousands of years. I'm going to introduce you to some of those traditions coming up a little later right here on CTV News.
There's still plenty of time to punch your ticket for a tour of the globe. Folklorama continues today all across our city, and our tour guide today is CTV's John Hendricks. John, I love the new outfit, and I want to know how preparations are going at the South Sudanese Pavilion.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you very much for the outfit compliment. I have to confess that I did not raid it from my own closet. I actually got it right here at the pavilion. And in fact, I'm joined now by Dudu, who has many different outfits, as you can see right here, many of which she crafted herself. Maybe you can just tell me, how difficult is it to make something like this?
Actually, I know this one, how to make monkey. Community of Altona, they teach me how to make monkey. So they teach me a lot of stuffs, and those earrings, all community of Altona, they are the one who teach me.
When did you come to Canada again? Remind me.
I came to Canada 2005.
And you got here, and it sort of taught you the...
So when I got here in Winnipeg, it was very difficult for me. When I take a bus, I really move, and I don't know where to go. And then another community come and help me. Take Louise, her name is Louise. She's Canadian. She took me to Altona. She said, you must come and live in a small town. And I love that town a lot.
And that's what Winnipeg and Manitoba is all about. You were telling me that these shirts, they have dual uses. They're not just fashion. They can also act as wall coverings.
Yeah, like kitenge, in my culture from Zaire, my mom wear it. There are two pieces. You wear, you can put a baby with it at the back, you tie. And then even your husband, you can cover him when he's sleeping. The same kitenge. It have a lot of things. You can even have, if your window is open, not curtain, you can put there the same kitenge which you're wearing.
See, there are a lot of uses for the outfits, and there's an awful lot of things to see right here at the South Sudanese Pavilion. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you a lot. Thank you.
Well, lots of excitement happening across our city once again today, all courtesy of Folklorama. So let's check back in with CTV's John Hendricks, who's standing by at the South Sudanese Pavilion. So, John, are things starting to pick up over there?
They are indeed, Catherine, and let me just tell you, one of the things that I always appreciate the most about Folklorama is that it's an opportunity to learn about other cultures around the world. I've been hanging around this pavilion for about an hour, and let me tell you, one of the first things that you will immediately notice is that it is filled with some pretty stunning artwork. It's artwork depicting the animals of South Sudan, depicting what daily life is like in this fascinating country. And another thing that you will notice if you look very carefully at all of these paintings, they are all created by one singular vision, by this man's vision, Paul Luo. He joins us now live. Thank you so much, by the way. Tell me a little bit about your artwork. You've been at this for quite some time, fair to say?
Yeah, I've been an artist for a long time. I did my diploma in Makerere University in 1981, diploma in arts, in fine arts. And then from there, I continue with the program, my art program.
Let me ask you, tell me, sorry to interrupt, tell me something about your artwork. What are you trying to depict in the various paintings that you do?
Well, these various paintings that I do is to significantly to show the culture of my community, my country, and even here in Canada, especially in Manitoba. So.
I mean, there's great beauty that I see in your artwork, and you're reflecting the beauty that's in your community.
Yeah, that is the point. And that's why I have registered an organization called ESCA. And ESCA is African Super Creative Arts. That is to be operating, training the youth, culture and the painting and the language here in Manitoba for every Manitoban.
Well, there are an awful lot of super creative arts and artists here at this pavilion, something that you will be able to see throughout the rest of the week.
Well, South Sudan may be the youngest country in the world, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have a rich and diverse culture. Winnipeggers can learn all about it at this week's Folklorama's South Sudanese Pavilion, and that's where we find CTV's John Hendricks tonight. So, John, how are things going down there? I hear the music starting to ramp up.
Yeah, the music is ramping up. Things are going really great here. As you can hear, a lot of sound and a lot of dancing that is going on. Now, dancing is one of those things that is pretty common to every pavilion here, but it's especially important for the South Sudanese. Maybe you can join now by one of the dancers. Cooley, maybe you could just tell me, how important is the music in South Sudan?
I would say that's very important. I mean, my parents always listen to the music, like in the cars, like on road trips. I would say like very important, yeah.
Now, tell me a little bit also about the dancing, of course. How do you learn how to dance like this?
Well, I would say like we've been doing Folklorama for a long time, and we've been doing these dances, so different generations of like kids doing the dance every year. So I'll say it's pretty easy, yeah.
Easy?
Yeah.
That doesn't look super easy to me.
I mean, when you've been doing it for a long time, you start to pick up, and it just becomes very easy, I'll say, yeah.
Now, also, I see that she's using a whistle as part of the dance routine. What is that about?
It's to tell us, like, when to move to the next move, and it usually helps a lot, especially for, like, younger kids that are dancing. It helps them pick up the song more, yeah.
Now, you were saying that you've been learning how to do this since you were a pretty young kid, right?
Yeah, I've been doing this dance for a good 4 years, I'll say. Yeah.
Is it the kind of thing that anyone can learn, or do you really have to be from South Sudan in order to do this properly?
I mean, I would say anyone will be able to do the dance, but it's mostly South Sudanese kids doing it, yeah.
Do you think you could show me a little bit that I might be able to do like that?
Maybe like, I'm not sure.
She isn't sure, ladies and gentlemen, but we are going to find out nevertheless. So when we come back, I'm going to, while we're gone, I'm going to do a little bit of practice, and we'll see if I can replicate any of this without doing a horrible belly flop.
Yeah.
Well, Folklorama is your chance to experience cultures from all around the globe without having to leave the city. And tonight, we're learning all about South Sudan. CTV's John Hendricks joins us now from the South Sudanese Pavilion. John, last we left you, you were maybe going to work on your dance moves, although organizers seemed a little bit dubious as to whether you're going to be able to pull it off.
She was dubious, and after seeing me do some of my practices, she was even more dubious. However, we are going to give it a shot. So I'm going to hand the microphone over to Cooley, and let's give this a try. All right, so. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is how you do the dance, and we'll get the rest of them to continue on. It is a very challenging dance, although I have to say I felt I did it at least reasonably well. You saw the dance. Is that kind of how it's done?
Yeah, I will say kind of.
Kind of how's it done, ladies and gentlemen, kind of. But with just 10 minutes of practice, that's about the best that you can achieve. Now, I understand for South Sudan, there are 64 distinct languages. That means an awful lot of communities. That means an awful lot of dancing.
Yeah, for sure. I would say maybe not all 64 tribes dance, but most of them, yeah.
What does it mean to you culturally when you see, the dances?
I'll say beautiful. I mean, it's nice that we all have our own different dances and that we get to express our tribes at Folklorama. I would say it's nice, yeah.
You've been learning and you've been dancing since you were a young kid. Does this help you to tie into your culture?
For sure, I'll say. I mean, it's really nice, like, being around my people most of the time and getting to express my culture with, like, all the people coming to watch Folklorama. So, yeah, I'll say.
That is what really Folklorama is all about. It's a celebration of culture, it's a celebration of heritage, and it's an awful lot of fun. And thank you so much for your time. And now I'm going to go and take some more dance lessons, and obviously I need a lot, so we're going to send it back to you, Catherine.
Bring the moves back to the studio, John. I want to learn them. I'm hoping I can kind of get it, because that was the review your moves got. Thanks for that, John.
I'm Catherine. And I'm Winnie, Chinese Pavilion ambassadors. Experience cuisine, entertainment, and activities like calligraphy and Chinese chess.
Watch the outdoor garden come alive with line dance and martial arts.
欢迎光临.
Yes. Okay, so that's going to do it for us tonight. But before we let you go, let's check in at Folklorama's South Sudanese Pavilion. The first performance of the night just got underway. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll see you back here again tomorrow.
The Dinka groups is divided into many different groups. This one that is going to come is coming from a state called Jonglei State in South Sudan. Because Dinkas live in more than 6 states. So this one are coming from a particular state in South Sudan. And the Dinka people are known to be the tallest people in the world. They're very slim, very tall, 5 feet in average. It does not mean that the other South Sudanese are not tall. As you can see, there are people from different...
Going to Ainsley McPhail now, who's continuing her tour of Folklorama, and this morning you're visiting Scotland.
Yes, my last name is McPhail, so I feel like I'm quite Scottish, but I haven't done the proper ancestry tests yet, so I think I'm going to feel it a little bit more this morning. I'm certainly getting a history lesson from Dave Carey, co-coordinator of the pavilion. Thank you so much for being on our show this morning. We're learning about the Great Kilt, and you are kind of half-dressed, so you're going to show us how it's done and the historical significance. Thank you for being on our show.
Sounds good. So this would be my daily workwear, what I would do my chores, etc. in. But if I'm going out hunting, going out to an event, meeting other people, I would be putting on my great kilt. So from here, as old guys get down, we put it basically just below the knee. I lay back. I grab my upper kilt.
You look like a Scottish burrito, Dave.
I am a Scottish burrito. From here, I now stand up.
Okay.
Pleats,
and the pleats are still there.
Pleats are in the back.
Okay.
I've got the rest of my kilt here, which I can use for whatever. If we were out and it was cold, we could keep you wrapped up nice and warm. I can take the rest of it, fold it here.
One size really does fit all.
One size. My other kilt over the winter shrinks. This one never does.
Yeah. Let's talk about the time period.
Sure.
Because this isn't something in 2023 that people in Scotland are wearing, correct?
The fancy people in Scotland wear.
Okay.
But this would have been something that you would have been looking at for probably back as the 1400s all the way through to, they were actually banned it for a while. They would not allow you to wear the kilt, so they would only allow you to wear trousers. And they actually, the young ladies will probably be able to tell you about a dance, and it was when they were able to shred the trousers or shed the trousers and go back to wearing the kilt. It was actually banned. The English didn't like it. We have 2 flags, if you'll notice. There's the Rampant Lion and there's the St. Andrews. The Rampant Lion was the flag of the King of Scotland, or the royal family of Scotland, and it was not allowed to be flown in the English Parliament, so they would fly the blue and white.
Thank you. Such a fascinating conversation this morning. We didn't get to 2 of my questions, but we got 2 more interviews today. Coming up at 8:06, we have a live performance.
Thank you. Such a wonderful demonstration. We appreciate it. Taking a look outside, going now to Ainsley McPhail, who's continuing her journey of all the pavilions this week. And you're in Scotland right now.
Yeah, the Manitoba Highland Dance Association joins us now. Tamara Coutu is going to tell us all about it and what we can learn. You've got about 90 dancers, as little as 3 years old up to adults. What are some of the dances that they learn?
One of the first dances they learn is actually Paddy Buzz, and then they follow through with Paddy Buzz and High Cuts, and then the first full dance that they learn is the Highland Fling.
I'm sure something that a lot of people love about it is that they're connecting back to their roots. But some people actually take this to a very high level and even travel with it.
Yeah, actually all 3 of our dancers that we have dancing with us today are all 3 premier dancers, which is the highest level that you can get to. Two of the dancers have been to nationals, and we actually currently have 3 dancers who are dancing at the Edinburgh Tattoo in Scotland right now.
Wow, lots of dances to learn. I'm sure it takes you guys quite a while to get there. Today, we've got 3 dancers who are going to show us the Flora. What's its full name? And tell us about that dance.
Okay, so this is the dance they're going to do is the Flora MacDonald Fancy, which originates, it's actually one of the national dances, and it's a choreographed dance, and it takes a lot of cues from ballet. And it is, its history is that it's in honor of Flora MacDonald, who was one of the key players in the Jacobite Rebellion, and so she helped save a lot of Scots. So
fascinating. That ballet connotation is why I wasn't very good when you guys showed me. Let's take it away, ladies. Let's leave it to the pros.
Love the bagpipes. Thank you, Ainsley. Going again to the Scotland Pavilion with Ainsley McPhail.
Good morning. We've got Keith and Monroe joining us now, both adult and youth ambassadors. Now, when you think of Scotland, you think probably bagpipes, beautiful tartans, and haggis, of course. We cannot avoid haggis. We've got a smaller one here, Keith. I can't believe it. It looks pretty big.
Yeah, normally it's at least twice the size.
What is inside and what is the outskirts of it as well?
Well, right now this one has like beef liver, and pork and beef suet in it, and it's surrounded by like a sausage casing. It used to be just all the organs that were left over after slaughtering the sheep, and then they'd stuff it into a sheep's stomach, bury it in the ground, and then wait for a week, and then dig it up and eat it.
And the whole idea was to use as much of the animal as you can.
Absolutely. Plus, it was also used by the armies as they were traveling, so that they would have ease of food for while they're fighting.
How fascinating and delicious! But this is the outside. The inside is actually this guy right here.
It is. We have this is the cooked version of this here. We actually get it made at Miller's Meats in Winnipeg. It's on St. Mary's there. As well, this is kind of what you would get if you come to the pavilion as far as our deluxe meal. We have our Scotch eggs, turnips, peas, and of course the potatoes with gravy.
Awesome. And the Scots must love their sodas because we've got a historical soda here. How many years does it date back?
I believe 1901 was when this was originally formulated. And, well, it's remained popular ever since. It's, I believe, one of the only sodas in the world that is more popular than Coca-Cola in its home country.
Oh, how neat. What does it taste like?
It tastes kind of like orange or bubble gum, maybe. Okay. I don't know. Lots of people disagree on that. It's kind of a point of contention for many.
Really quickly, we want to talk about desserts. What's on the plate?
Okay, on the plate we have the scone. scone with raisins in it. You know, it's a good, less savory option for dessert. Right next to that, we have the shortbread. And then behind that, we have my personal favorite, which is the Scottish tablet, which is a sort of like a type of fudge with like vanilla, caramel, all that stuff. It's very, very good. My favorite.
Thank you. Thank you both so much for this conversation. It all sounds so delicious. You're just going to have to come to the Scottish Pavilion to find out.
Might have to do that to taste that soda. Thank you, Ainsley. That soda sounds interesting.
Right? Orange or bubblegum. I guess something sweet and fruity either way.
Yep.
It does. It sounds kind of tasty. All right, Sam.
We're continuing our journey around the world.
But of course, now just 4 days left to check out your favorite pavilions at Folklorama, and Scotland is certainly worth the trip. Visitors can expect Highland dancing, the Glenora Pipe Band, and the Flying Haggis Show Band. There's also a tartan display where families can find their own, as well as a food menu with traditional items like haggis and Scotch eggs. Pavilion coordinator Bart Omond says the visitors look forward to the live shows.
The dynamic show, absolutely. Our show is one of the, I'm biased because I'm the coordinator, but I honestly think our show is one of the best.
You can catch 3 shows nightly with a 4th early show added on Saturday. You can also venture to one of the newest countries in the world, South Sudan. It's officially gained its independence from Sudan in July of 2011. But despite being a newer country, the South Sudanese pavilion shows off traditions that are thousands of years old. Dancing is an important part of this community's pavilion, and there are many different styles displayed, showing off the culture of the unique people who call South Sudan home.
I'm Michael Delamonte, live here at the RBC Convention Center, here for Folklorama's First Nations Pavilion. Things are just getting started. You can also already see the fantastic souvenir section. We'll have more live from the First Nations Pavilion just after the break.
And we're staying on the continent for this next leg of Folklorama's global tour. CTV's Michael Del Monte joins us now from the First Nations Pavilion. So, Michael, how are things shaping up down there?
So things are just getting started, Catherine. While the first show is until 6:45, places are getting set up. I'm already learning so much. You can see the cultural display behind me. And while this is the First Nations Pavilion, I was just speaking with the pavilion coordinator, Buffy Handel. She made a really great point of the fact that not all First Nations are alike. There's hundreds of different First Nations, but they all do share very common practices and cultural roots. So these are some of the things that will be highlighted at the pavilion. You can see here this was curated by an Indigenous elder, and various other elements here, like the teepee is not necessarily seen as something that's part of, or normally seen in Manitoba, but it's a cultural aspect they wanted to highlight. One of the main things of tonight is the performance as well, and that's actually going to focus on truth and reconciliation. We often hear, Catherine, land acknowledgements made at the top of a political rally or the like, but the performance will go into how to actually honor those treaties in a tangible way to foster truth and reconciliation. So it's going to be informative, entertaining, and above all, fun.
We're now at the halfway point of Folklorama's second and final week. So let's check in once again with CTV's Michael Del Monte, who's down at the First Nations Pavilion having so much fun. He's forgetting that he's on the air.
That is true. I was getting caught up in the conversation here. I'm here with Buffy Handel. She is a pavilion coordinator. Thank you for joining me, Buffy.
Thank you very much.
So, Buffy, we're seeing a performance just here. Can you take me through what we're seeing?
Yes, this is Phoenix Handel. She is actually the youth ambassador for the First Nations Pavilion, also in partnership with the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. The hoop dance is actually a very, very popular hoop dance style for the First Nations community. This is a very spiritual style of dance, and it originates in the East and West Pueblos, so down into the States. But here in Canada is very, very...
And we're now at the halfway point of Folklorama's second and final week. We're going to check back in with CTV's Michael Del Monte, who's down at the First Nations Pavilion. We had a little bit of technical issues, but we're back with you now, Michael.
We are back and better than ever. And I'm back here again with Buffy Handel. And Buffy, before we got rudely interrupted, you were telling me a little about the hoop dance.
Yes, the hoop dance originated in the East and West Pueblos, so down more into the U.S. But it's very popular here in Canada. And I know that this particular dance style is always so popular. It's always a crowd pleaser. Part of it is almost like a magician, where you don't really know how these two hoops are being interconnected, but it's a storytelling technique. But, you know, this normally is typically done by men, and medicine men in particular. So in order for you to be able to be, you know, dancing the hoop dance, not only do you have to earn permission, but if you are a female and you're going to be dancing hoop, you also have to have that extra permission. So Phoenix has been training since she was 4 years old, and she's 17 years old now. And we're so proud of her. She's been working so hard. She not only is working during the day, but she comes into the pavilion at night, and she's hosting everybody as the youth ambassador.
Super, and those skills and hard work have obviously paid off. She's fantastic. Is this something that folks would see in tonight's performance?
Yes, every single showcase always has the hoop dance in it, just because, again, we know that it is very popular with their general public, but as well the spirituality and the storytelling behind it.
And Buffy, we have about 30 seconds. Tell me about tonight's theme and why it was so important to you to kind of showcase the message.
Well, the reason why is because of the fact that the Treaty 1 is always something that everybody is always acknowledging, and so we wanted to emphasize on the opportunity to educate people on a multicultural level that treaties actually existed prior to point of contact. So the treaties, meaning Treaty 1 territory, is actually an agreement that was signed with the Crown. But prior to point of contact, the different nations already had pre-existing treaties to live in harmony and in peace with one another.
So much to learn and so much to see and enjoy here at the RBC Convention Center at the First Nations Pavilion. Buffy, thank you so much for taking the time, and we'll have more later on next hour.
The rich and diverse culture of North America's Indigenous people is on full display this week. CTV's Michael Del Monte joins us now from Folklorama's First Nations Pavilion. Michael, what's going on down there?
Well, Catherine, I wish we had smell-o-vision, because the aroma in this room right now, delectable, delicious, and I'm back with Buffy Handel, Pavilion Coordinator, to talk about the food. Buffy.
We have a wonderful menu, and that was actually previously discussed because we knew that everybody really always wanted to come to the First Nations Pavilion because of the Indian tacos. We actually brought in 5 master chefs in from Denver, Colorado, the last time that we'd opened for the First Nations Pavilion. But this year, we really wanted to be able to highlight not only the nutritional side of First Nations culture, but as well highlight an individual that is extraordinarily successful. This year, Dana Constant, who is originally from York Factory, she is managing the entire food menu. She is the manager of the entire culinary area, and so she was the one that actually suggested this particular salad, which has also been very surprising for the general public.
Right, because
with wild rice.
It's a wild rice salad, not typical for wild rice. Tell me about the dish. Why would you feel the need to feature? You don't answer, Dana, don't worry.
So the need is that obviously in Manitoba, the wild rice is something that is always growing naturally in Manitoba, and there's some kale that's mixed in with it, but a lot of our general public, they're like, I've never thought to put wild rice in a salad because it's normally mixed with a meat or put in some type of stew, but in this case, it's actually in the salad.
And it tastes great. The squash, the elements are like craisins in there, I feel like. But this isn't just a one-dish menu. Tell me about what else is on the menu. We can see folks already enjoying it.
Yes, there's fry bread and there's bannock, and we also have some raspberry, which is very traditional for this territory, for all of the different tribes that are here in Manitoba, as well as blueberries. But this year we wanted to do the raspberries. Dana Constant has done an amazing job just organizing, making sure, and obviously people love the size portions that we're offering. A lot of people, they just leave here with full bellies, and they give such major compliments to Dana Constant. This year she received her Red Seal. That is super proud moment for somebody from the northern community to receive such a high ranking and certification. And then, boom, all of a sudden, this year she's getting featured and will continue to be featured.
Well, hats off to the chef. Everything looks so good. Delicious food, large portions. What else isn't to enjoy? We'll see more from the First Nations Pavilion in just a little while.
Folklorama is all about experiencing cultures from all around the world, and that includes those here in North America. And tonight we're taking you to the First Nations Pavilion, and that's where we find CTV's Michael Del Monte. Michael, what nations are on display there?
So right now, I am inside the First Nations cultural display, and I do not have special media access. This is designed for folks to venture into and discover things. I'm here with Buffy Handel, who's the pavilion coordinator. Buffy, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. It's been very, very nice running the pavilion.
And take me through what some of the items we have here. Obviously, we have bear pelts, and these are real. You can see the claws, as Buffy showed me. But we have a various amount of items. Take me through some of the pieces here.
Yeah, so we actually have 2 teepees inside our cultural display, and people are welcome to come in. And so this particular teepee that we're in is considered to be the woman's teepee. And there are very specific things that are in here that actually emulate as if a woman was in here, and specializing in this particular area. What is actually in my arms right here is called a moss bag. And so the moss bag is what you sleep beside your baby with, and typically you're staying within a certain parameter. And when you're ready to travel, you would switch over to a tikinogan. And so the difference between the tikinogan is that this is just the pouch, and the tikinogan actually, as you see right here, is a wooden board. And so you would be able to see somebody like Shawnee, who actually has a real live baby as part of the...
She does indeed.
...on stage. But this particular strap goes right around the chest area, and it gives you the ability to work with your hands and do what you need to do throughout the day, traveling and whatnot. And there is a wooden frame on the inside as well, so the baby is actually very well protected. And this particular one is just a child version of it. So typically little girls, they start practicing on being mummies. And so for Shawnee, this was actually hers when she was a little girl. And so quite often she would stick her little puppies inside and walk around and carry her little puppies on her back.
Truly adorable. I just want to come back to the moss bag, because you brought something up earlier that there was a functional reason why it would be filled with moss.
Yes, actually. So right now you obviously see it being filled with different receiving blankets that are used now. But back in the day, they would actually fill the entire inside with moss, and even in between the legs. And moss actually has a antibacterial agent to it. So it was an extraordinarily rare occasion that children would end up with any type of infection because of the fact that the moss had that antibacterial agent.
Incredibly interesting. I've learned so much already. We're going to take a shot of the later performance that's already underway. Buffy Handel here at the First Nations Pavilion. Thank you so much, and back to you over in the studio.
Taya and Phoenix here, First Nations Pavilion Ambassadors. Discover Matakoyasin, which means to all my relations.
From incredible meals to riveting performances, celebrate the culture of the First Peoples of North America.
All right, Ainsley McPhail has traveled to the German Pavilion this morning. We're going to find out about this year's theme. That's amazing. All right, going now to Ainsley, who is telling us a little bit more about Folklorama and the German Pavilion. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. Only so many days left of Folklorama. You got to get here while you can. Bjorn Meinhardt joins us now to tell us all about the German Pavilion and the really fantastic theme this year. We're currently at the cultural display. Thank you so much for being on our show this morning, Bjorn. The theme this year, Brothers Grimm and fairy tales. And first, we want to start with this pyramid here. What's it all about?
First of all, good morning, Ainsley, and good morning, and welcome to the German Pavilion. We're here at the German Pavilion with our display, and before I come to the pyramid, this year we take you on a journey with our show and the cultural display through the Märchenstraße, the fairy tale road in Germany. And so the theme is about the Brothers Grimm and the fairy tale collection, and it's about storytelling. Stories can be told in many ways, for example, through this Christmas pyramid style. It has various motifs from Grimm's fairy tales. So it is a way of making your own discoveries as you look at the pyramid, trying to find out which one is, which story is behind which tier and The pyramid was handmade by the father of a person that I know that is involved with our German community. And we have brought a number of items here together at our display, from people of the community, students of the German language at the university or Saturday school. And we realized, stories can be told in many ways, in interactive ways, when you manipulate things, or through illustrations. And that the stories are telling the story as well as the illustrations. As you look at them, you're drawn into these illustrations and you try to find out what story does it depict. So it's a little bit of a guessing game, or putting the pieces together that okay, this it is. And of course we also try to let people know more about the brothers Grimm, Jakob and Wilhelm Grimm, who were born in the late 1800s and lived through the mid-19th century.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. And I'm so sorry to cut you off, Bjorn, but we're out of time, unfortunately. But hopefully people can come and see the pavilion. Very interactive for kids as well.
If I could say, what I find so important is that the brothers Grimm did something for the identity of the German nation, and this is also what's happening, at Folklorama, where many cultural groups come together to showcase their cultural heritage, and that there is such a richness that we can enjoy and celebrate together.
It's a beautiful thing. Thank you very much.
That's what Folklorama is all about. Thank you, Ainsley. Going now to Ainsley McPhail, who is at the German Pavilion this morning. How are things going there, Ainsley?
So good. We're looking at some wood making, which Klaus is doing right now. At 7:27, we're actually going to chat with him about that and the significance in the German culture. I asked him, I said, how long did it take you to do that? And he said, well, I think you already have a job, which is, it's a fair point. It's very intricate, very beautiful pieces to showcase here at the German Pavilion as well. Coming up at 7:42, we're going to be looking at some steins, talking about the beer, talking about the music. 8:06, we are going to be having some German cake, well, hopefully sampling some German cake, because that sounds delicious. And then at 8:38, we have a professional yodeler, and I can attest to the fact that she is so talented, and I'm going to perhaps learn some yodeling skills myself. The cultural display here is also quite fantastic, super interactive for the kids as well. The theme is fairy tales and the Brothers Grimm, and very collaborative too. Folklorama itself, 20 pavilions left in this second week. It's kind of on its home stretch, so to speak, and you can bring your kids too, and if they're 12 and under, they can get in free with the admission of an adult. So 7:27, we're going to be learning how this is done.
That's
cool. It can't be easy.
No, it doesn't look easy, and maybe you'll learn it. Thank you, Ainsley. Out on the rooftop now, and
can you yodel, Rochelle?
Not really. Can you?
Oh, once I stubbed my toe and I made a sound that kind of was like that, but no, anytime that I've actually tried to yodel, it's terrible. So,
yeah,
and I'm not about to go kicking things just to make that sound happen again.
Taking a look at what's happening at the German Pavilion. That's where Ainsley is this morning. We're going to get more details on what you're looking at. Going to the German Pavilion, where Ainsley McPhail is live this morning, and you're going to show us a bunch of cool wooden carvings.
Oh my goodness, I wouldn't even know where to start, Rochelle. This is so beautiful, so intricate. I'm like going to give myself a sliver. Klaus Lahr joins us now. So woodwork itself, is it part of the German tradition?
Oh, very much so. The Germans have wood carved for thousands of years. At least the people that lived in Germany thousands of years ago. It's kind of a Celtic art, and it is distributed all over Europe, from Hungary all the way to Scotland. And they have different names, these carvings. In Austria and Germany, they call them Wurzelsepp. In Norway, of course, they call them trolls. And in Ireland, they call them green men or leprechauns, but it's all the same kind of tradition. And the reason, the purpose behind them was to give them all a bit of a Grimm-esque kind of a expression to ward off evil spirits. So people traditionally hang them by the doors, to keep the bad people out.
How neat. We all need one of those. Okay, what are you making here? Because it's kind of, I can anticipate it's going to look like some of your other work, but how do you know what it'll eventually look like?
Well, each piece of wood has its own message, believe it or not. It sounds kind of corny, but it's true. Like, you never carve the same face twice. So this one is going to be a face here that looks over here, and then I'm going to put a few hooks here so I can use it as a keyboard, so you can hang it by the door, hang your keys on it. And but what the face looks like, the wood dictates that. So.
And I know you're asked this all the time, but how long do these pieces take you?
Well, the average piece, from the moment you collect it in the woods, take it home, clean it up, dry it out, and then carve it. You usually have had it in your hands 5 or 6 times. And the carving and the varnishing, the sanding and the painting, all in all, it takes you anywhere between 10 hours and a week.
Oh my goodness, 10 hours in a week. All right, really quickly, Folklorama, people can actually come and see you while you do it.
Oh, absolutely. The kids come, I have a chair here on the side, and then they come and I hold their hands and guide them, and it's really a very positive experience, yeah.
Awesome, thanks so much. There's some interactive stuff here at the cultural display for the kids as well, though. Coming up at 7:42, we're going to learn how to do a proper prost.
Oh, sounds perfect. Thank you, Ainsley.
Those were incredible. I love the idea of like putting a troll on your door to keep out the evil people.
I have a gargoyle on my front door to keep out the evils. Yeah.
Okay. So the same sort of idea.
Exactly.
Yeah, very neat.
Okay. Or a cat in this case. Going to Ainsley now, who's at the German Pavilion this morning for Folklorama, and you're going to talk food.
Yeah, breakfast.
There you go.
Breakfast at... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everybody loves the German Pavilion, but of course the food is to die for, specifically the desserts. Tyra Anderson is volunteer, and she joins us now to tell us all about it. Thank you for being on our show this morning, Tyra. Black Forest cake. Give us the lowdown, please.
My favorite. So Black Forest cake consists of several layers of chocolate sponge cake, like sandwiched with layers of whipped cream and cherries. It's so good.
Okay, you said that one's your favorite. Yeah. This one, I haven't tried it yet, and don't worry, I will. I have a feeling it's going to be my favorite. What's this one?
This one is a chocolate cake with several layers of the chocolate cake filled with frosting and topped with like a coconut pecan layers.
Oh my gosh.
It is also really good.
Okay.
Lots of chocolate. Lots of chocolate.
You don't have to tell me it's good. I know it's good. What else is something that people really look forward to is the pretzels.
I love the pretzels. They're awesome. You can have as many as you want, definitely. And they've actually become a symbol for bakeries.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. What else is on the menu?
We have sauerkraut, which is my favorite. Food, not dessert food. And it's fermented cabbage. So good. It lasts super long on shelves. Yeah.
And so you got the sauerkraut, the cabbage, potatoes, noodles, schnitzel as well?
Schnitzel is a pork that's been beaten down and then breaded, and you can fry it, cook it. My dad smokes it. Super good.
Okay, and kind of pivoting a little bit, you are a volunteer. I love the name of your group, the Lady Hosens. Yeah. What can people expect from that performance?
It's a lot of acting this year for one of our dances specifically. Definitely a shift from what we've done in the past. We do mainly traditional polka with a little bit of a modern twist to it. So we do a maypole as well. It's super fun. All of the ribbons and the colors. It takes a lot of work to try and figure out how to do all the weaves. And then our second dance is about the Grimm's brothers. So we sort of tell the story.
We're out of time. I'm so sorry. Okay. I'm so sorry. They'll have to come to the pavilion to find out. Thank you so much.
We are going live to the German Pavilion this morning. Listen to this. 7th. Bringing in Ainsley now, who's live at the German Pavilion. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning, Rochelle. You and our audience are certainly in for a treat because we have an entertainer, a yodeler, and the founder of the Pavilion, Resi Dukes, thank you so much for being on our show this morning. You are going to be sharing with us an original, but you have your own records out as well. Where did you learn to yodel and pick up this skill this many years ago?
That's a long time when I started out entertaining, and I had a group called the Bavarian Yodeler. So I started out, but it doesn't come all at once, you know. You need a long time until you get all that what you want.
Tell us about what you're going to be playing today. It's an original?
It's an original. I wrote them just shortly before, and I like to sing it, and every night I sing it to the public here.
Yes, and well, people can expect to see you at Folklorama.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. When's that happening?
Well, it happens now this week. Now, today is Thursday already.
It's coming by fast. Okay, I don't want to take any more of your time. Let's hear your brilliant performance.
Viele Leute fragen, kommt sie von Bayern? Ach nein, ich bin ja nur vorbeigefahren. Viele fragen auch ja mal von Österreich. Aber Games, das ist mir doch im Plan. Man lernt heute hier ein bisschen, da ein bisschen von Radio. Radio. Man lernt heute hier ein bisschen, da ein bisschen Radio. Und dann ist ein echter Jodler da. Ja,
Oh my goodness, that was wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Well, we're going to the German Pavilion one last time with Ainsley McPhail this morning.
Good morning. You know, Folklorama is in its final stretch, and why not head to the German Pavilion? So much to see, so much to do. Cassandra to my left, Layla to my right joins me. We're going to be learning about this shop and the many things that you can buy, but educating ourselves on the dirndl as well. Tell us, you said if you have the knot a certain way, it can let people know of your relationship status.
Yeah, so typically a woman will tie the apron on a certain side or center or back to let everybody around her know if she's available or not. So on the left side, you are available, ready to mingle, all that. Center is minor or unavailable. And then right is taken. If a woman has a tie in the back, she's actually a widow.
Oh my goodness, I feel like everybody should, in every culture should establish this. There's some great dirndls as well that people can purchase here at the pavilion, as well as these steins, very beautiful too, Layla. Tell us about this, the German stein.
So the German stein is a traditional German mug that's handcrafted and painted by people in Germany, and yeah.
Well, there's a boot too, and I'm told that there's a proper way to drink out of it. I'm a clumsy person myself, so what would the best way to do it without spilling?
So in Germany or in any pub, you could drink beer in a boot, and you start off by drinking face up, and then you turn the boot 90 degrees, and it should be done by the time it's 90 degrees, so it doesn't splash in your face.
Good point. If you want a sweet treat, you can stop by the pavilion as well.
Yes, they have amazing candy, and it's cheaper too, so the dancers survive on that during the week.
It's honestly fair. Dirndl Meister is the name of your dance group. What can people expect when they come and see you?
So we're a brand new group. We are doing mostly folk dances, coupled with the band as well. So very animated kind of music and such.
Awesome. And we saw the yodeler earlier on this morning. You can check her out at the pavilion too. Such a fun time. And delicious cake, which I had for breakfast. Head to a link on our website for more details.
Thank you so much, Ainsley.
Our journey across the world, courtesy of Folklorama today, takes us to the land of the rising sun. CTV's Michael Del Monte joins us now from the Japanese pavilion. So, Michael, how are things going so far?
It's going great, and it's going to get better because I'm going to step outside of the bento box and get a little bit more of Japanese food and culture. I'm here with Melanie Mori and Susan Oi. Thank you for joining us. So, Melanie, you're going to be showing us a little bit about a nigiri, which is
a rice ball.
A rice ball. So tell me a little bit about the dish itself.
Well, a rice ball is it's lightly salted rice that's formed either into a triangular shape or a cylindrical shape. And the shape depends on what part of Japan it is from. And then typically it has some kind of filling inside, and then it's wrapped with nori or seaweed. And then you can eat it that way. So here in Canada, where we would take a sandwich for lunch, for work, or go on a picnic, in Japan, they would take a rice ball instead.
And I know from personal experience, onigiri fueled my undergraduate degree. Tell me a little bit about the fillings that are going inside.
Well, there's all different kinds of fillings. Traditionally, when it started out, it was more something that was something either salty or sour. So they would fill it with pickled plum, that's called umebishi, or with a salted fish. But then when they started selling it in the convenience stores in Japan, they started filling with all different kinds of filling. So the filling that we're using here today is like a salmon salad. So it's like, it's a salmon salad like we would make it with salmon, canned salmon and mayonnaise, but we use Japanese mayo instead.
And it is delicious. There's also so much more food to enjoy. We'll have more from the Japanese pavilion after I finish this.
Better bring back some leftovers. Ethnocultural celebrations continue right across our city today, and CTV's Michael Del Monte returns now to share some of the excitement. Michael, last we checked in on you at the Japanese pavilion, you were enjoying some food. What do you got for us now?
So I fed my belly. Now I'm going to enrich my mind with a little bit of culture. I'm here with Lisa Anundi.
Hi.
She's going to take me through the cultural display here. So, Lisa, we have a few things here. I believe you pointed out the kakejiku as something to talk about. Please explain what that is.
Kakejiku is like a traditional form of Japanese art, and it's usually on like a hanging scroll, and it is a calligraphy or a painting, and it's usually got like nature, mountains, trees, waterfalls, and usually there's some silk around it. And it's placed behind like flower arrangements, ikebana, or like sword displays. Yeah.
And because we only have 30 seconds, let's quickly go through the rest. Yes. We wanted to point out that and a modern piece as well.
Yes. That is a kuro tomesode. Tomesode is like a half sleeve, which is something that married women wear. And tome is like a family crest, a Japanese family crest. And a kuro tomesode has 5 mons, 3 at the back and 2 in the front, and that one is actually one that belongs to someone who is here in the pavilion.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And let's go forward in time, taking me to a more modern garb.
Yes, so this one was inspired by a book, Okimono Kimono, by a manga artist, and it is a dress underneath Michiyuki, a Japanese garment, and it is styled in a very modern way.
Very cool. I love the manga collaboration there. So much more to see from the Japanese pavilion. We'll be back later next hour with more.
Well, if you feel like eating some sushi while taking in the sound of drums, Folklorama's Japanese pavilion has all of that and more. That's where we find CTV's Michael Del Monte tonight. So, Michael, what else can people expect?
So you mentioned drumming, Catherine, and I have one of the drummers with me here, Kevin Itsunomiya. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me.
So, Kevin, you are one of the drummers tonight. Tell me a little bit about Hinode Taiko.
Hinode Taiko. Hinode is rising sun in Japanese. Taiko means drum. So we're the rising sun Japanese drummers.
And you guys have been playing at Folklorama since 1984?
1984, and I've been drumming with the group since 1993.
So decades of experience, and if folks have seen the show in years past, how is this year going to be different?
Just yeah, we have big sticks, big drums, and we're doing some original new songs from our artistic director has written. So yeah, and just get prepared to watch some great songs.
And the show more broadly, I imagine there are various elements of Japanese culture included in the show. What else can folks expect?
Yeah, at the Japanese Pavilion, we have martial arts. So we have the karate, judo, kendo, and we have Japanese dance and singing and different cultural demonstrations like the tea ceremony and flower arranging as well, and some different Japanese instrument performances too.
So very varied, I would say. And for folks who may not be that familiar with Japanese culture, would you say the show, the Pavilion, is a good introduction to, a good learning experience?
I think you see in the show a lot of different things. I think we tried to show that, and also we have at the Pavilion a lot of displays of Japanese culture.
And I'm taking it all in. There's origami over there. You can learn how to spell your name in Japanese. And later, we're going to get a drumming demonstration. I'm going to take a couple sticks and bang away. Kevin will show me. That'll be a little bit later in the show.
There are only 3 more nights to partake in Folklorama. The Japanese Pavilion is one of 20 welcoming guests this week. CTV's Michael Del Monte joins us now from the Pavilion. Michael, are things starting to ramp up down there? There are only 3 more nights to go to Folklorama, and the Japanese Pavilion is one of 20 that's welcoming guests this week. Let's try this again with CTV's Michael Del Monte, who's down at the Pavilion. Can you hear us now, Michael? Can we hear you?
I can hear you. A sea witch did not steal my voice. And shows are just about to get ready at the Japanese Pavilion, but we have a preview for you. I'm joined again with Kevin Utsunomiya from Hinode Taiko. And Kevin, you're going to be taking me through some drum lessons here.
Yeah. We have a mic stand.
We have our mic stand here.
So this is our taiko drums. Our group makes them. So these are wine barrels where we glue and then varnish and stain. And then we have cowhide. We stretch over them, so we make our own drums.
And these?
These are the sticks, are bachi.
Bachi.
And just hold it in like a handshake grip. And then you're just gonna hit, like, let it fall. Really hit it. And you can hit it faster. There's the rim, it's a little more delicate, so not so hard, and hit, so. We will rock you. Okay. And we have a song coming up. It's just gonna start if you wanna play along, and it's just those big hits. Way up, up, down.
About the song that we're listening to.
So this is Toriraizu Tatako, and was a song our artistic director wrote, and Yuko, and it's just like, let's just hit the drum. So it's just the song where we're just playing all out and big sounds, big sticks, big drums, and just enjoying drumming.
Big drums, big energy, and such a big show being put on here tonight at the Japanese Pavilion. The show gets started at about 6:45. There's so much to check out in terms of food, culture, and performances. Back to you over in studio, Catherine.
Looks like a lot of fun. Thanks for that, Michael.
Join our Nordic celebration. Tuck your toes to the polska and enjoy our folk musicians, including the silly tones.
Experience the food, culture, and hospitality of Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden at the Scandinavian Pavilion.
My goodness, look at that face. All right, look at this face. This is Ainsley McPhail telling us one last time. Such a beautiful face. Good morning, Ainsley.
I'm excited to
see you too, Rochelle. I'm excited to address you as well, Manitoba. Folklorama in its final weekend. We are covering the Afro-Caribbean Pavilion. And this association has been in Manitoba since 1968. Really, at first, being the first to spearhead Black folks here in Manitoba and give them that representation. This pavilion itself, though, at the cultural display, features a lot of great stuff, including this woodwork. Within these cultures, it is a lot of folks' livelihoods and businesses, and just look how beautiful this display is. Coming up throughout the show, though, we're going to be having a soca demonstration. We're going to be sampling perhaps some jerk chicken as well, and looking at a steel drum. Stay with us.
Oh, very cool. Thank you, Ainsley. Coming up at 6:38, we're going to visit Ainsley McPhail, who is live this morning at the Africa Caribbean Pavilion. It's her last stop on this Folklorama tour. Come back and stay with us. Going now to Ainsley, who's live this morning at the Africa Caribbean Pavilion. Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. The association, the Afro-Caribbean Association, is celebrating 55 years this year. And we're looking at the future. The youth ambassador, Nico Perrott. Thank you for being on our show this morning. This association really deeply rooted in our community, and you actually have a number of family members who are involved.
Yeah, my mother, which is the president currently, she used to dance, and as well as my aunt, which is her twin. And my grandmother and grandfather actually was a part of the founders and whatnot. And yeah, just a lot of my family volunteers and whatnot, my friends. So it really touches home to me, and I'm happy just to be an ambassador and helping out for this association.
Yeah, and if you come to the pavilion, you have the opportunity to check out the cultural display and look at photos of the history, but also a lot of other artifacts on display as well, including cultural attire, which we're going to kind of veer to right now, as well as some wood carving. So let's first talk about the clothing and which culture resonates with each piece.
Okay, so here we have a traditional African dress that women would wear. And then as we touch in the middle, this is a dress that was very popular in Jamaica in the 50s. As we look on the table, a lot of Jamaicans sell their artwork and pieces on the market, and that's their livelihood. So as you can see, we have some straw baskets that were handmade, a lot of wood carvings that are African inspired. So as you can see, some Jamaican African inspired masks, and they're all done by hand.
So these were made by Jamaican folks with African influence.
Yes, of course. Sometimes we don't think about where we come from, but it's always good to think about our history in the past and whatnot.
Awesome. And veering a little bit on the table, there's a fruit jar from St. Vincent. You wanted to talk about that as well?
This is actually a fruit called breadfruit. And again, using our natural resources to help our livelihoods. So yeah, we just use a lot. Like this is also a fruit called calabash, and we use it as a shaker for music. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nico. We really appreciate this conversation and learning about the association. You can't purchase those particular items, but if you do come to the pavilion, there are vendors here as well. Coming up at 7:27, I believe we're touching on some food.
Ooh, and it's probably going to be spicy. Thank you, Ainsley. And it's going to be spicy today. It's going to get hot.
Yeah, everybody's bringing the heat, whether it be the food, Mother Nature, you name it. But
Ainsley is making a stop at the Africa Caribbean Pavilion this morning, and you're in the kitchen.
I am. It really is an art. We're going to be making jerk chicken this morning and learning about all of the different spices that go into making this magnificent dish. We've got the rice and the peas. We've got a patty here. We've got a salad. We're going to learn just what goes into all of it in order to make the best one. The only problem that you're going to have at this pavilion is the fact that the food might sell out because it is so delicious. The shows, too, we're going to be having 3 different live performances this morning, including soca coming up at 7:42. We've also got a drumming exercise at 8:06, and then at 8:38 we also have another dance performance as well. The association itself, the African Caribbean Association, was founded 55 years ago this year, and it's celebrating such rich culture and history. All of the shows are happening this weekend at Folklorama.
Yeah, you have 2 days to check it out. Thank you, Ainsley. Out on the rooftop now, too?
Yeah, it sure is.
All right, coming up at 7:28, Ainsley McPhail is visiting the Africa Caribbean Pavilion this morning. We're going to talk food. That's coming up. Ainsley's at the Africa Caribbean Pavilion this morning. You're in the kitchen. You're going to show us some of the beautiful dishes that are being served up there.
Yes, Blue Hodges is the expert. She's going to tell us about jerk chicken, a staple here, and you might just miss it if you don't get it soon enough. Thank you so much for being on our show this morning. Blue, jerk chicken, how does it start and what are some of the spices used?
Oh, Ainsley, this is our best seller yet at this pavilion. If you don't come early, you won't get this jerk chicken. Now, how we start is we always clean the chicken up, and this is from scratch. They take off all the fat, if you notice, and these ladies, the culinary staff, wash all these chicken in a lemon juice or vinegar. Now, after that, we have all the spices sitting out here, and these are all the spices that makes up the seasoning for the jerk. Like what we have here, if you look at it, we have the garlic, and you can't do anything without garlic. Garlic always tastes good on food, right? You have the black pepper, you have your seasoning salt, your garlic salt, and you have your thyme, and you have your onions. Don't forget your Scotch bonnet pepper. Sometimes the more you put in is the better it tastes. Look at our jerk seasoning on the side, and our soy sauce also, don't forget that. And what we normally do is add all that to the meat, and then we just make it. But what happens is after we put all the seasoning on, we normally put it in the fridge, and for 2 hours or even overnight, it will taste, the seasoning just gets in the bones, and it will taste so good and delicious.
I believe you, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
You got rice and peas here.
Oh, my God, the rice and peas, the jerk chicken is served with the rice and peas. And that rice and peas is served from scratch. Is made from scratch, sorry. The peas, the ladies boil the bean peas, and then they put the rice to it. And it's called rice and peas. That's what we call it. Some people say peas and rice, but no, this is rice and peas because we get more peas in this rice.
Okay. Really quickly, we got these two. Very quickly.
This is patty. The patty is a big seller. We have beef patties, vegetable patties. We have chicken patties. So, for those vegetarians, we have something for you. And then the salad is served with the jerk chicken also. You get everything you need at this pavilion. Come early, you won't get anything at all.
Thank you. And if you're not coming for the jerk chicken, come for Blue. She's an absolute delight.
Amen.
Coming up at 7:42, we're going to get a live soca performance.
Thank you, Joseph. Going now to Ainsley McPhail, who's live at the Africa Caribbean Pavilion. Are you going to do some dancing for us this morning?
Rochelle, I'm so nervous. I don't get nervous for these, but as soon as I saw we're going to be doing soca music, I'm like, I'm shaking in my boots right now, honestly.
You'll be great.
But we have the senior dancers with us, Deshayla, Kayla, and Aaliyah with the Afro-Caribbean Association senior dancers. So they're going to show us some moves. They're going to first tell us a little bit about their group and what people can expect to see at Folklorama. Thank you so much for being on our show this morning.
Thank you.
All right, tell us about the group and what sorts of moves people can expect to see at Folklorama.
Yeah, so we do 2 dances every show. We do soca and dancehall. Dancehall's a bit of a kind of hip-hop Caribbean version. Soca's super energetic, bouncy with the dresses. Soca actually originated in Trinidad and Tobago, where I'm from.
Okay. Represent?
Yeah. And the African Caribbean Association of Manitoba. I've been a part of it since I was about 4 years old. You can actually see me on the back of the pamphlet. I'm just little. We all have been doing it, a part of it, since we were young. And we do different fundraisers, different participations every time they need a volunteer.
Amazing.
It's fun.
And now you're selling out shows, obviously not with me on the lineup, but first, it's a full routine, and we did go over it, but let's start from square one, please.
Yeah, so we're going to show you some of our limbo moves that we do every show. So this is a classic routine we always do. So the first move we're going to start with is the pulling one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a good one.
All right.
And then the crisscross. All right. So we go crisscross and roll.
Yeah? All right, you guys take it away. We don't have enough time, honestly. I'd rather see you guys do it. Right. Go ahead, ladies. Let's hit that music.
Thank you to all. All right, going now to the Africa Caribbean Pavilion with Ainsley McPhail. What are you going to tell us now, Ainsley?
The steel drum, Clyde Hira, joins us to tell us all about it. It originated in Trinidad, right?
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago. And it's the last instrument to have been invented.
Wow.
So if anybody feels ambitious, beat that, you know.
Okay, what are you going to be playing at Folklorama? You've been doing this since you were 13.
Yeah. I've been doing this since 13. And right now what we got here is 2 sets, actually. This set is the alto, and this is the tenor. This one carries the lead, and this one carries the supporting chords.
Okay. I like to think that you're the lead, so you're gonna show me the ropes, please. I'm gonna try.
Both rhythm and lead, yeah. Sure.
All right, I'll follow your lead. I'll just put the microphone down and we'll get to it.
All right, sure. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So beautiful. Thank you to both of you.
The world's largest and longest running multicultural festival, Folklorama, is back August 6th to 19th.
Plan your adventure today at folklorama.ca. Sponsored by the Casinos of Winnipeg.
Thank you, Joseph. All right, going to Ainsley McPhail again, who is live at the Africa Caribbean Pavilion. This is your last hit. What are you going to show us?
I was literally just going to say that you took the words out of my mouth, Rochelle, and I do want to thank everybody at Folklorama, Tanya, who put this all together, every single person who has been a part of the interviews over the last couple of weeks. Thank you so much for inviting us into basically your homes. We really appreciate it. Tamia Jones joins us now, and she's going to share about her culture. You have only been in Manitoba for about a year, from Trinidad, and you are a dancer of all sorts.
Yes, ma'am, I am. So I've done my bachelor's in fine arts, specializing in dance back home in Trinidad, and I always plan to move to Canada after I did that. So here we are now.
Folklorama, you guys have been selling out these shows. How does it feel and what does it mean to you to be able to share in your culture?
I love it. I love seeing people come and enjoy what we do and enjoy what we have to offer. And they really have a good time. Like if you come in here, you'll think you're at the club. The kids are having fun, the adults are having fun, the elderly, everybody's enjoying themselves. It's really a good time.
Oh, that's what it's all about. Okay, you have a limbo bar here, so you're going to be doing some limbo for us today. Break down, I mean, you're multifaceted, but break down what we can expect to see.
Well, limbo is basically a very high energy dance where the dancers take turns doing different tricks and stunts, going under the bar. Sometimes the bar can be on fire. Sometimes there's fire in their mouth. There's a lot that can happen with limbo, but it's really fun. It's really about getting people excited.
Awesome. And really quick, you're opening a school eventually? That's your goal?
Yes, the goal is to open a school. That's why we got the degree. So the next step will be to open the studio and come see me soon.
Awesome. All right. Congratulations. For those who get to see her at Folklorama, it's a real special treat, and we get to see it now as well. Take it away.
Anytime. Ready, go, ding.
Indeed, high energy. Thank you so much to everyone there.
Pauline joins us now for our spotlight, and the trip around the world is almost over, unfortunately.
It is, Ainsley. There's just 2 more days to make that trip around the world without leaving home. And today we traveled to Folklorama's Africa Caribbean Pavilion. The pavilion ambassadors and performers are proud of its inclusiveness as it brings together both African and Caribbean cultures. Visitors will be entertained by a whirlwind of rhythms, movements, and tastes, such as steel drums, soca dance, and jerk chicken.
It gets hot from other people, so it feels like the Caribbean, and the atmosphere is it's just like a party. It's just music, food, laughters, everything. Like, the atmosphere is amazing here.
The blend of cultures can be experienced tonight and tomorrow at Holy Eucharist Center. You can find a full list of pavilions and showtimes on Folklorama's website.
I'm Michael Delamonte at the Bronx Park Community Center, which has been transformed into a slice of Romania at the Romanian Pavilion. Folklorama will have more after the break.
There's still plenty of opportunities to take part in Folklorama's ethno-cultural celebrations. One place for you to check out may be the Romanian Pavilion, and that's where we find CTV's Michael Del Monte today. So, Michael, what can people expect over there?
Well, we are here at the Romanian Pavilion where the show is actually already started. So we're getting some beautiful singing right now, but there's so much more involved in the pavilion, from dancing to music to singing to food, which is one of the things that I'm most excited for. Imported items from Romania as well, including tons of cultural information and displays. We're just walking by the souvenir section, and I was talking to the pavilion coordinator who talked up just the hand work and hand stitching that goes into all these souvenirs that are both functional as well as cultural. As you can see here, we have hand knit garments. And then further back here, a little bit of a history lesson on Romania. I was actually just learning how the individual Sabrina Ionescu, who just beat the WNBA and NBA records, are for 3 points, are from Romania, as well as learning about the first city that was actually electrified or had electric lighting in Europe. We're going to get all of that information and so much more in just a few minutes as we talk to the cultural display organizer. Back over to you, Catherine.
Tomorrow will be your last chance to hit up one of the many Folklorama pavilions happening across our city. But the fun isn't slowing down yet. Let's check in again with CTV's Michael Del Monte, who's over at the Romanian pavilion. So, Michael, how are things shaping up down there?
Things are great. There's a performance ongoing, but I am joined now by Eva Galambo. She is the cultural display coordinator. Thank you for joining me, Eva.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the Romanian Pavilion.
Very happy to be here. So we were talking about Timișoara, which is the first city to get electricity in Europe. Tell me a little bit more about the city. I had no idea that that was true.
That's correct. The first Timișoara was selected as the European Capital Cultural of 2023, and it is a multicultural city influenced by various ethnic communities such as Hungarian, German, Bulgarian, Serbian ethnic communities. It is one of the 4 major Romanian academic centers, and it is a very vibrant city. A lot of activities are happening, especially in downtown. There are acrobats, there are music.
I'm also seeing here just this umbrella street. Looks very, very cool, kind of an art installation. But let's move on. What else do we have in part of the cultural display?
In here we have a little village house that has been made out of burnt mattress, and actually it was made by my father 40 years ago, and it's a very typical village house. This little throw, it is made by hand from one of the volunteers, and we keep it very dear.
Parents really doing all the work here, handmade out of matchsticks. Crazy to me. But let's go on, move over here to a little bit more of the fashion attire.
Yes. This is, the attire is about 100 years old, and it is again handmade, hand sewn. All the pieces that you can see, it is again one of the volunteers' attire.
And Eva, we just have a few seconds left. Let's talk about the wider display. What can folks see here if they come to the pavilion?
All the items that you see here are handmade, which is very special to everyone. And all of us have brought pieces that are very dear to our heart. And we wanted to showcase all of these things, and that will show our culture.
And it's a great job. It looks beautiful. Eva, thank you so much for joining me and giving me a history lesson in Romanian culture. We'll have more from Folklorama later in the show.
Well, time is ticking to take part in Folklorama. Only 2 nights remain to visit a pavilion, and CTV's Michael Del Monte joins us now from the Romanian pavilion. Michael, sounds like the music has started.
It has, and we already wrapped one performance, but another one is getting started, and we're going to give you a little bit of preview. I'm joined by Isabella Jubega, who is one of the performers and many other things at the pavilion. Thank you for joining me, Isabella.
Thank you so much for being here.
So, Isabella, we have some interesting performances tonight, including a group from Romania. Tell me a little bit about the show.
Yeah, so this is the Romanian Pavilion's 20th consecutive year. So to help help us celebrate, we in Ensemble Românașul, which they are from the Technical University of Cluj in Romania. And they have been here all week helping us perform on stage, and it's been really great to have them here.
Okay, we'll get back to that in a moment. Still to come, Canada. Okay, let's try this again. Time is ticking away to take part in Folklorama. Only 2 more nights remain to visit a pavilion. CTV's Michael Del Monte joins us now from the Romanian pavilion. Okay, Michael, can you hear us now?
I can hear you, and I hope you can see us as I'm about to learn some dance moves. I'm joined again by Isabella, and she's going to show me a little bit of a Romanian dance here. Isabella, take me through it.
All right, so we're going to go heel, toe, heel, spin over your left, spin over your right.
I got the directions right that time. Okay,
Let's go a little faster.
A little faster,
right?
okay.
5, 6, 7, 8. Heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, spin, 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 spin.
I don't think I did that bad of a job. Isabella, tell me a little bit.
Okay, we're going to try and resolve those technical issues and check back in. You still have 2 nights to take a trip around the world without leaving Winnipeg. Folklorama is on tonight and tomorrow. TV's Michael Del Monte joins us once again from the Romanian Pavilion. Michael, I think that your dance moves were so dazzling it just scrambled our system, and that's why we're having technical issues.
That's on me, but I'll make it up to all of our viewers because now it's my favorite part, food. I am joined by Irina Trethi. She is the culinary mastermind behind this. Irina, thank you for joining me. Tell me a little bit about...
Good evening. Bine ați venit.
Tell me a little bit about the food that we see here. What is on this plate?
On display we have a potato with onion and parsley, and then we have coleslaw, Romanian way, and then we have schnitzel, who everybody knows is carne prăjită in Romanian, and we have chicken Dracula with cabbage, braised cabbage, and mamaliga.
Which is mamaliga?
Polenta, how everybody knows.
I'm Italian, I love polenta.
Cornmeal.
Yes. And Romanian coleslaw, what makes it Romanian?
It makes its only coleslaw, and it's all fresh, and then the dill, really the fresh dill, and the seasoning brings out the Romanian taste.
I love dessert, so we got to go over to this epic sweet tray that we have over here. Take me through some of these delectables.
In Romania, we call it chocolate salami. It looks like a salami, but it's not. Here we call it a cookie roll, and it's made out of biscuit, and then lots of cocoa and rum, which is...
Everybody loves rum, delicious.
And then the next one is a chestnut tort, which the cream is made out of cream cheese, chestnut, and whipping cream.
It all looks so delicious, and you have one more night, including tonight, 2 nights, to check out all of this and more at Folklorama. Back to you over in the studio, Catherine.
Thanks, Michael.
I'm Annalise.
And I'm Gretel, ambassadors for the Cuban Pavilion.
Take a tour of our homeland, experience food, dance, and music.
Our show, A Night in Havana, will excite you.
Cuba is an absolute must on your Folklorama journey.
Now it do take some poise to dance with a glass bottle on your head. More from the final performances of this year's Folklorama Festival. After almost 2 full weeks, Folklorama came to a close earlier tonight. We got to see so many different pavilions, and I won't lie, I personally got to eat some delicious food. To cap the festival off, we checked out the Hungarian and Polish pavilions for their final performances. We'll leave you with sights and sounds from both pavilions, but remember, for another look at tonight's stories, you can visit us online at winnipeg.ctvnews.ca. Thanks for watching, and have a good night.